Father, in the name of Jesus, we give you thanks. We give you glory this morning for what you've done. We are much grateful. One more time, as we are before the throne of grace, we pray that may you take charge. In Jesus' name, let all believers should shout a big amen.
Amen. Let us give it up for Mr. Thomas Oredu. Please clap for Mr. Thomas Oredu. God bless you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are welcome to the National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum 2024. Let me hear some clap offering to the glory of God. Let me hear some clap. Now, for every program, we need to have MCs to direct the affairs. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to welcome upstage Nana Akosua Kunedu Asante Samuels. She is a presenter with a multimedia group of companies. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Nana Akosua Asante Kunedu Samuels. And to join Nana Akosua to co-host this beautiful day's event is Nana Kwame Ahen Simon. He is a president for Hayden PR Network. So it means our boss today is welcoming all Nana to chair this event. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your MCs for today. Let us clap for them. Thank you.
Hello. I officially welcome all of you to the National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum 2024. A round of applause. A round of applause. Well, my name is Nana Akosua Kunedu Asante Samuels, and it's a great honor to be a co-host for today's program or forum as we sit under the theme Leading for a Sustainable Economic Growth in a Multipolar World, the role for the emerging leader. Now, I like the topic so much because it presents us with an opportunity to actually explore how the next generation of leaders will navigate the complexities of a global economy and how they can also contribute to national development. We would like to say a huge kudos, thank you to NELEF team and Vodec Africa for this remarkable initiative. A huge round of applause to Vodec Africa and Team NELEF for this initiative. Now, Kwame here tells me that, when they started this journey, it hasn't been easy for the launch and all that. Kwame, tell us, how was the launch and how has the journey been for NELEF and the Vodec Africa team?
Akosua, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you all of you for honoring our invitation and being a part of today's program. So we've come a long way, Vodec Africa. For those of you, I was in the interactive session when the gentleman was leading them, and it was very, very interesting. The fact that most of these people have benefited from the many good things that Vodec Africa is doing. So to answer the question briefly, let me just educate the few ones who are yet to know about Vodec, what Vodec is really into, and then we can dive right into it here. So if you're hearing Vodec for the very first time, that is the organization behind this forum. Vodec is actually an NGO, a non-governmental organization, as well as a non-profit making organization that is built by a group of positive change makers. And the convener of this agenda, you'll be seeing him in no time. I'll introduce him officially. So the group's focus over the years has primarily been grooming or nurturing emerging leaders in the areas of entrepreneurship and then empowerment. Dating back as far as 8 years ago when Vodec started, we've had really impactful events. In fact, this organization started right from the Pentecost University campus where the convener graduated. Then he was the SRC president. And from that time till now, it's been a success story. So notable among the events that we've had is just the recent one we had last year, Sith March. How many of you were present at Sith March event last year at AMA? How many of you, show by hands, who were present at that Vodec event? Okay. Yes, one gentleman over there. It was a very fruitful session. We had in attendance the likes of Dr. Lawrence Tete. We have the Honorable Elizabeth Saki, who is the mayor for Accra Metropolitan Assembly. And then we had Elder Felix Etrim, who is the CEO for FedEx. And then also we had Nana Echampon, who I have been signaled that Nana, our chairman, is making his entry. Can we please rise to our feet as Nana Echampong, the king of Asaman traditional area, makes his entry to sit. Thank you very much. Mary, please be seated. Okay, so Nana, like I was saying, so the event we had last year was really fruitful, and I've mentioned quite a few of the very prominent people or speakers who made it to that event. Fast forward to our lunch. In fact, I was astonished by the number of media partners who showed up during our media lunch for this economic forum. It was mind-blowing, the fact that almost all Ghanaians are looking for something positive. And you can tell from the audience that attended the event and the series of questions that occurred during that event that a lot of people are poised for success when it comes to grooming leaders in Ghana here. So we had a live streaming which had about 2,000 plus people joining the launch via the internet, yes. And I believe right now, as we're having this program, it's still streaming on Vodec Africa platform on Facebook. So it was a very fruitful one. I can say that it is as a result of the launch, that is what has brought forth this beautiful faces that we see witnessing this program today. So it was a very fruitful one, if I should say.
Right, Nana. So as we can see, we have loads of activities today. We have great guests here. We have Paul Mante, who is one of the speakers. Elvis Buta is here. Joshua Ponsafo, of course, Nana himself is here. The convener is here. Madam AC is here. And it's a whole package. In fact, you are here. Tell yourself that you are here. I'm here. Me too. I'm here, sir. So without further ado, we would like to introduce the chairperson for this August event.
And you know, a program like this, it is very necessary we get a chairperson to regulate the event. And of course, after his acceptance, we can know whether this event is truly happening or not. If chairman says he can't do it, then of course all of us will have to step out and get our cars back to our houses. But I believe chairman is in and chairman will accept the remarks. So help me welcome our chairman, Nana Berima Echampong, the second. Echampong, please, I beg you, let me take this again. It is very, very necessary. Nana's profile is, in fact, very, very extremely necessary. So allow me to take this once again. So let me just give you a brief profile about Nana, and then I think it will be in the best interest to welcome him right afterwards. So for his professional journey, Nana Echampong Sapong II has built a distinguished career as a procurement specialist working on various high-impact projects funded by the World Bank, African Development Bank, World Food Program, and other international donors. His expertise has been instrumental in the successful execution of these projects within the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, where he currently serves. He is also a kingdom leader and as a deputy director of the Pentecost Men's Ministry of the Church of Pentecost and also the chief of Asaman. Mr. Echampong leads with a heart of service. He is a national secretary of Pentecost Business Network and spearheads a Chinese Christian Business Chamber project by the Church of Pentecost. He's also served on the board of the Educational Foundation Scholarship in Pentecost, continuously using his position to impact lives and create opportunities for others. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, help me welcome our chairman for today's event, Nana Berima Echampong Sapong II, the Chief of Asaman. A round of applause, please.
All right, good morning. I'm honored to be called to chair this great program. I'm here fully to support it, and I know that your time will never be wasted. And because we've spent some of the time, I want to continue to give a statement so that we will, one way or the other, able to manage the rest of the time. In fact, I've been here for the past 1 hour. I was waiting in my car. So not that I was late. I was here waiting on you. So let me make a statement, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable guests, esteemed speakers, emerging leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound honor and deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at the National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum 2024. Our theme, Leading for Sustainable Economic Growth in a Multipolar World, the role of emerging leaders, is not just timely, but essential for the current global landscape. We are gathered here today to discuss leadership in a world that is increasingly complex, where power is dispersed across multiple regions, and where the role of emerging leaders like us cannot be overstated. Firstly, let us take a moment to reflect on the nature of the multipolar world we live in. The traditional structures of global dominance are shifting. Today, influence is no longer centralized in one or two superpowers. Instead, we are witnessing the rise of multiple economic centers across different regions. Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Eastern Europe are increasingly playing pivotal roles on the global stage. This evolution presents both opportunities and challenges. The opportunity lies in the diversity of growth potential, while the challenge is how we, as emerging leaders, navigate this complex terrain. Secondly, when we talk about sustainable economic growth, we must recognize that it goes beyond the numbers and metrics. We often use the measures success. It is not just about GDP growth or stock market performance. Sustainable growth considers the environment, the equitable distribution of wealth, and the long-term impact of our economic decisions. As emerging leaders, it is our duty to ensure that the growth we champion is not only robust, but also inclusive and sustainable. We must ask ourselves, are we creating systems that benefit all, or are we widening the gap between the rich and the poor? Are we promoting growth that is environmentally responsible or socially equitable? Moreover, in the multipolar world, leadership cannot be limited to traditional methods. We need to embrace innovation and technology if we are to lead effectively. The fourth industrial revolution is upon us, bringing with it advancements in artificial intelligence, blockchain, and digital transformations. As leaders, we must leverage these technologies to drive economic growth that benefits communities. We should not merely be consumers of technology. I want to repeat here. We should, as young people, we should not merely be consumers of technology, but also creators and innovators. Our task is to ensure that Africa is not left behind in the technological wave, but becomes a pioneer in using innovation to solve its unique challenges. Economic growth must work for everyone and not just for a privileged few. Ethical leadership must be the cornerstone of everything we do. Corruption, poor governance, and mismanagement continue to plague many economies, particularly in Africa. As emerging leaders, we must hold ourselves and those we lead to the highest standards of integrity. Our leadership must be defined by transparency, accountability, and commitment to service for the greater good. We must ensure that the system we put in place are not just efficient, but also just. Also, climate change is no longer a future threat. It is a present reality. The decision we make as leaders today will have profound implications for the future of our planet. We must prioritize environmental sustainability in our economic policies, ensuring that growth does not come out at the cost of irreversible damage to our ecosystems. Our industries must align with global sustainability goals, and we must innovate in the ways that protect our planet for future generations. As young people, we are at the crossroads. Ghana and Africa are truly at the crossroads, especially the youth, across the blessed but impoverished continent of Africa. Nothing seems to work. Each day we scale higher on the ladder of economic crisis, unemployment, poverty, aimlessness, and waywardness, hunger, and despair. To daily see the many youths just whiling away times and their glorious potential literally lying dormant, docile and innate in them, for which most may die with those potentials in them intact, only brings sorrow to my eyes. But I rose to speak words of fire into your mind and heart, that it is doable. Together, and that if we decide to harness our collective potentials as youth of Ghana, Nigeria, Sudan, Kenya, South Africa, and across Africa, and the diaspora, shall come together, bring forth the breaking of new dawn for Africa. The intelligence of people affects the importance of a country. The future generation, the children and the youth, is an integral part of country and continent. For a better future, giving importance to the youth is necessary because the youth is the most active part of the country. All sorts of creativity can be found if we look through the minds of the youth. Enough of the days of indifference, and let us arise and change the status quo. A charge to you, young men and women around. My dearest and esteemed youth of Ghana, for that matter Africa, and those in the diaspora. Today, as I stand before you to ignite a fire within your hearts, a fire that will prepare us into action and drive us towards a shared vision of national transformation, we find ourselves at a critical juncture in our nation's history, where the challenges we face demand a collective effort, determination, and unwavering commitment. Youth, you are the torchbearers of change, the agents of progress, and the hope of our nation's future. Your energy, passion, and innovative thinking have the power to reshape the destiny of our beloved country. It is time for you to rise, to embrace your role as a catalyst for positive change, and to make your voices heard. Today, I implore you to make your rightful place in the forefront of national discussions and actions. Let your voice resound in the corridors of power. Let your actions demonstrate the true essence of your patriotism and love for your fellow man. And let your love for humanity fuel your commitment into building a better nation and a continent. Together, as the youth across this beloved continent and nation, we can create a force that is unstoppable, a force that will shatter the barriers that hinder progress and prepare us towards a brighter future. But for this to happen, we must unite our hearts, minds, and spirits, transcending our differences and focusing on the common goal that unites us all, the desire to see our nation thrive. No one person, voice, movement, or group can do it alone. Hence, the urgent need for collaborative partnership to drive deeper sense of inclusivity and synergism. Let us harness the power of education and knowledge, for they are the keys that unlock the doors of opportunity. Let us invest in the development of our skills and talents, for they are the tools that will shape our destiny. Let us cultivate a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, for they hold the power to create jobs, drive economic growth, and uplift our communities. But let us not forge the power of compassion and empathy. Let us reach out to the marginalized, the disadvantaged, and the forgotten, extending helping hand and working towards a society where every individual is valued and given equal opportunity to flourish. In this journey, we must all hold our leaders accountable. Let us demand transparency, integrity, and servant leadership from those who hold positions of power. Let us challenge the status quo and work towards a governance system that truly serves the people, upholding justice, equality, and the rule of law. I call upon you, the youth, to rise above apathy, to cast aside complacency, and to embrace the responsibility that comes with being the bearers of hope. Let us be guided by the values that define us, by our faith in a brighter future, and by the unwavering belief that change is not only possible, but within our grips. Together, let us create a movement that reverberates across our nations, igniting the hearts of our fellow citizens and inspiring them to join us on this journey of transformation. Let us show the world that power of unity, the strength of our convictions, and the indomitable spirit of our youth. The time for action is now. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, and march towards a future where our dreams become reality, where justice prevails, and where the true potential of our nation is realized. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that the task before us is both monumental and urgent. The world we live in is changing rapidly, and the need for visionary, courageous, and ethical leadership has never been greater. And emerging leaders, we have a unique opportunity to shape the future. We are not mere spectators in this multipolar world. We are its architects. It is up to us to lead with wisdom, to champion sustainability or sustainable economic growth, and to create a future where prosperity is shared by all. Let us arise to this occasion. The future is watching us and is waiting for our bold ideas, our innovative solutions, and our unwavering commitment to make a difference. Together, we can lead for sustainable economic growth, and in this multipolar world, together, we can shape a better future. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Long live Ghana. Long live Africa. Long live Nalef. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson Nana Berima Echampon Sapon the second. He's the chief of Asaman. Thank you, Nana, for your inspiring words. Now we'll take the national anthem by the Ghana Police Central Band, led by Inspector Stephen Teichu. Respectively, we ask that we be on our feet as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much, Ghana Central Police Bank. Shall we be seated? Thank you. We'll take our first speaker, Mr. Isaac Boama. Mr. Boama is a versatile professional with expertise in business analysis and policy. He has trained as a policy analyst in Washington, D.C., and is an alumnus of the Washington Center, an independent nonprofit committed to providing transformative educational experience. His global perspective has been shaped by his participation in international conferences across Europe, America, and Africa. He's done a lot of global speeches, and he's delivered keynote speeches at prestigious global platforms, including the World Youth Forum in Egypt, Future Point Africa in Nigeria, and the UN Simulation Conference in New York. His dynamic presentation have reached an audience of over 5,000 people from 196 countries, including leaders of nations, diplomats, entrepreneurs, executives, student organizations, and churches. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker, Mr. Boama. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Good morning. It's a great honor to be here with all of you. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished speakers and some very important persons amongst us. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of all of you, very astute leaders of tomorrow, who possess the wisdom, the insights, and the innovative ideas that our nation needs so badly to be able to transform into the version of itself that is able to midwife our skills, our innovation, our talent, and also our ideas. And so I would like to say a very big thank you to all of you for showing up today. Consider me the John the Baptist of this conference, because I'm the first speaker to open the door for all of the other speakers. In fact, I was thinking that I would double into all of the statistics, and then in the morning I said, no, this is going to be a gathering of young people. Nobody wants to hear statistics, isn't it? So I thought as much that I would take you on a journey with me so that we can understand our role in the national discourse that drives to societal or nation building. But before I do that, let me also acknowledge that here in this room are some of the finest men and women whose accomplishment all across the nations and the world have inspired people like us. So I do consider it an honor to be seated amongst them, because they have hoisted the flag of the nations by virtue of their accomplishment and their pursuit, and it is in their light that we have found our own voices and have actually become what we are trying to become. And so can we please celebrate the presence of all of these people here today with a clap offering? Thank you. So the subject I was supposed to talk about today was titled, The Role of the Youth in National Discourse as a Contribution to Nation Development. However, what I would like to say therefore is that we all know the problems that beset our beloved country, so I'm not going to rant, because young people, when we gather, the idea is not simply to rant, but to have a very fair discussion that points us in a direction of positivity. The goal is that whilst we live here as a people who have matured in understanding, so that we go about the very little things that we belittle, and then through the process, we are able to become what we must become. Because by virtue of value addition, you decide your own contribution towards the growth of our nation. Do you agree with me on that? Yes. So criticisms are a necessary part and a necessary construct of our society, because no society progresses without constructive criticisms. And so although we have our own issues and rants and things we want to talk about, today, why don't we spend time talking about some of the things that we can do within our own means, so that by virtue of doing these very things, we are able to scale up solutions that helps us address the constant problems that is actually affecting our society. You heard them say a lot of things, but those things really mean nothing, except for the fact that there was once a time where a young boy decided that as part of contributing to society, he must first of all learn to present value to society. Because the fact that you are a citizen of Ghana gives you a voice as a person who belongs to the nation Ghana. But a nation doesn't recognize you simply because you have a voice. It also wants to know that behind that voice is a value. And so my question to you this morning is that, as much as we alter those criticisms, the question is, how much value are we willing to add to our lives so that our contribution to society will not be forgotten in the books of history? I want you to mull over that for a second. You see, in our pursuit, we make decisions and choices. But those choices are as important as the very things that we want to do in our society. So when you talk about national development, you are looking at your own life and observing whether there's any kind of development. And I know there are many excuses that we can come up with, and sometimes legitimately so, because sometimes we are plagued with constant situations and circumstances which we didn't desire in the first place. But you see, although you may be right in your justification, you still need to understand that the drive for change begins by, first of all, adding value to yourself. Can we agree on that? Yes. So imagine a man like Dr. Kwame Nkrumah came out all the way from the UK to Ghana to want to champion a cause for national independence. He didn't come in isolation of his qualification. He actually came in his qualification. In other words, he came in a form of value. And so this morning, as we are gathered here, whilst we are asking the questions, what can we do to enhance participation in the growth of our nation? The first question that I'm throwing to you is that you must leave here asking yourself, what must be my value? So that my value gives me a voice, and that voice opens me up to the influence of the nation. Are we together on that? Yes. And so today, I want to touch on a few pointers. When I was coming, I was reading an article that said that young people are educated, less employed, and less politically engaged. Now, that is not the kind of article you expect when you read, because it is more of a contradiction. That how can a population be so educated and yet be less open to employment opportunities? And then you would think that that is just the problem. Then you also know that these educated people do not even have any interest in political affairs at all. So you see the contradiction. When you begin to read that title, you would assume that it is just to draw your attention to read the article. But when you go deep into the article, and this article was written by the Afrobarometer, so you can take a moment to look at it after the conference. What you would figure there in that is that although there are challenges on the part of the government by virtue of job creation, because the fact that you gain education must mean that those education must translate into job opportunities. But here is the case that we are bereft with those opportunities. And yet there is another issue where the education appears meaningless because they do not translate immediately into job opportunities. However, we also lack the fortitude to be able to participate in the very process that must begin the conversations that leads to the necessary change. I'm talking about policy positions. Policies are derived from conversations at the national level. And so when we are absent at the national level, what we are saying is that although we know our problem, we are still not interested in the problem. So any government looks at us and thinks that we have young people who need their skills and their creativity and innovation harnessed. However, these young people are still not interested in advancing the very things that they talk about. Can I tell you something? See, a government is meant for the people, but you are the government as well. Can we agree on that? Yes. So if we are saying that we are waiting for a government to come do something before we find the purposes of our creativity, then we might be waiting in a long time without any realization of whatsoever. So my solution to you, first of all, is that in order for us to be able to solve some of the lingering problems in our society, we must begin, first of all, by being actively involved in the very process that begins the conversation to what I call extirpation of the forever existing problems in our society. How do we do that? We do that by, first of all, being engaged at the local level. You know, the research also said that about just 38% of the youth in a country, and by the way, when you look at our population, between the ages of 15 to 35, we form about 38% of the national population, which means that this is a youthful nation. It also means that the best days of the country is ahead of itself. And yet, these are the very people that has been sidelined in society. One, the context to this problem is that there's the issue of government assistance. Then secondly, there's the issue of youth, a lack of motivation on the part of the youth. And rightly so, because when you don't have a job, you have no interest in talking. Because when you're hungry, you can't talk so much. Maybe the reason I'm talking today so much because I've eaten. Yes, but when you lack the things that enable you to actively participate in a process that might even inure into your own good, you don't have interest. So the question then is that, how do we then begin the process? In my final year at the University of Ghana, by the grace of God, I came into contact with my head of department called Dr. Bosman. Dr. Bosman saw me as a young man who was very curious. And so in class, I would ask every question that I want to ask. And mostly I would sit at the back. And I did that deliberately because I was learning to work on my own confidence. So I would sit at the back of the class and I would raise up my hand. And then Dr. Bosman would say, "Yes, Isaac." Then when I stand up to speak, he would say that, "But why do you always sit at the back of the class?" Then I told him that I want to scream so loud so that everyone in the room will hear me. So that when we leave here, they will know that there was a young boy in class who spoke today. What I was doing was that I was introducing myself. The reason I tell you this story is because you have been screaming from social media. You've been screaming from your closet. Although that is a very tangible and legitimate reason. But I tell you that until you are recognized by virtue of the addition of value, those noises will never translate into anything palpable in your life. Please, are we together on that? Yes. So the first solution we are living here with is that you are going to go back into society and become an active participant in the very process. Because if policies are being formed from conversations, today, by the grace of God, we have social media. And unfortunately, that is a reality in our society, that we use social media to advance all kinds of negativity. But did you know that in advanced countries like the US, do you know that young people have become so influential in the political space that political parties beg them to come on their podcast so that they can reach a broader audience of youth? And by so doing, they are able to inculcate the ideas and ideologues of these young people into policy decisions. So sometimes I just tune in to some of our podcasters in Ghana, and I am sad. I am sad because we give attention to the things that are not relevant. Remember what I said in the beginning. Relevance is the beginning of preparation. And so when you want to begin to become relevant, you must first of all begin to prepare. And that preparation means that learning to assign reasonable importance to the things that matter first. And in our case, we know that we need employment. So how about we push all of our energy into the very things that can get the attention of the people who control the affairs, that can lead or translate into proper employment opportunities? Are we together on that? Yes. So how about we use our podcast? I would like to commend one of the podcasters, Kojo Sheldon. I think I saw him the other time inviting one of our political figures and asking him tough questions. This is what we must do. Tough questions. Now, we are not here to berate any political party. Neither are we here to criticize any political party. But we are young people talking. And when young people talk, we talk about things that affect our interest. And we know very well that the policies that have been, developed over time, they've not yet inured the result that we want. Sometimes it takes a while for policy to manifest. But I'm telling you that until your activity in that process is felt, nothing will change. Are we together? Yes. So we came here today that one of the solutions is that we are going to actively participate in the political process. National discourse means that there are going to be debates, some of them rigorously. And although the political space is very hostile now, which scares most of us, but the question is, nowhere cool. Am I right? Nowhere cool. Even amongst your friends, you are criticized. And so, for the mere fact that you silence a reasonable voice that could be a great contribution to society, because you fear that somebody will berate you or somebody will come at you with the guns in their mouth, I'm telling you that now is the moment where, as young people, we don't just speak out, but we speak out to the issues that matters in our lives. The second solution I want to give us is that one of the ways that we can address the issue of economic challenges, unemployment, is that we live in a world where we are advancing quickly towards an advanced version of technology never seen in the world. Now, sample the most advanced companies in the world right now. Sample them on the internet and see. Most of their CEOs are young people, sometimes even under 40. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that the world is currently being controlled by some of the most powerful young people we see in the world. In the West, they report issues like Africa's young population is a beneficiary to their future. Now, consistently, when you hear that being reported, it means that they are seeing something valuable that we have not yet seen. And so the question then is, how do we harness these potentials? Because when I sit here, I see numbers, but I also see untapped potentials. And it is my hope that this conversation will drive you to go back into your own closet, whether it is by virtue of value addition or it's by virtue of you saying that, how do I begin the process of starting something that can contribute significantly to society? I want to leave you to a last pointer. My last pointer is that here in our midst are people who are far advanced in terms of their knowledge, in terms of the expertise. Young people, can we hear ourselves? We need to learn the process of approaching people who know better than us so that they can teach us. We are losing that virtue in society, and that is a catastrophe on itself, unfolding in our society. You need to learn that you can gain value from people who have value. And so here you would have bankers, here you would have lawyers, here you would have lecturers, you have professors. One of the ways you solve problems in society is to learn from the depth of knowledge of those who have begun solving those problems. So that by virtue of that, you can learn their mistakes, their errors, and then we can correct them in a proper way that translates into proper policies. I believe at this point that if I don't say much, I've said many things in a very short time. I'd like to leave you with one word, that you are the future of tomorrow. And although I'm speaking like an old person, I'm actually a young man. So we are the future of tomorrow. And because we are the future of tomorrow, tomorrow must be of utmost importance to us, even if other people don't care, because we are the ones representing the future of tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. We can do it better for Mr. Isaac Boama. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so we're moving on, and quickly we will invite the police band to give us one patriotic song. Right after that, we invite our next speaker. A round of applause for the Ghana Police Band. You can do it better than what you just did, please. Okay, so before we call on our next speaker, I would like to acknowledge our proud sponsors. What I would do is that we'll acknowledge them in sessions, please, because there are a lot. So first of all, foremost, let's acknowledge our sponsor, O'Neill Bespoke. He sponsored us, and he's doing a really good job for us. And then also CBG, which is Consolidated Bank Ghana, also proudly sponsored this event. And as well, our chairman, single-handedly, he's been our backbone through all our events. Chairman, thank you very much for sponsoring. So we'll just acknowledge them as and when we move. So the next speaker, in fact, she's an honorable woman who has achieved many heights in life. So she has over 22 years of experience in human resource. She's a seasoned HR professional with extensive expertise in leading organizational culture transformations that drive effectiveness, employee engagement, and sustainable growth. Her areas of specialization include strategic human resource, executive development, performance management, talent development, learning and talent development, learning and development, change management, and employee relations. She is a member of several respected HR organizations, including the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, CIPD, Society for Human Resource Management, and the African Association of Human Resource Leaders. Her strategic leadership and values-driven initiatives have made her a respected figure in the HR community. With a round of applause, help me welcome Mrs. A.C. Merba Wilson, who is the Director of People of Transformation Consolidated Bank of Ghana. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, emerging leaders, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The topic I was given to speak about today was on gender inclusiveness and equality, ensuring all citizens benefit from economic growth and development. I am honored to stand here today. I met Daniel a few months ago, and he's honored me to give this speech to everyone. Mr. Chairman, gender inclusiveness and equality are not just buzzwords or trends. They are fundamental principles that must be at the forefront of our efforts to build a more just and prosperous society. Gender inclusiveness refers to the integration of both men and women in all aspects of economic and social life, ensuring that they have equal opportunities and access to resources. Our quest to ensure that all citizens benefit from economic growth and development is not just a lofty ideal, but an economic and moral imperative for our generation and the next generation. Our current Ghanaian landscape has shown resilience and growth through significant social strides in recent years. And I dare say we have made progress as a country in reducing poverty. However, we must ask ourselves whether this progress has been equally experienced by all. The unfortunate truth is that in most parts of the world, women and the youth still face disparate challenges. These are evident in, but not limited to these instances. Women are more likely to work in informal, low-paying jobs. Young women are more likely to drop out of school early. Women are underrepresented in leadership positions in both the public and private sectors. These disparities are societal issues that affect us all. Let me be clear. Gender equality is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. When we empower women and the youth, economies grow. There's been some statistics that shows that if women participated in economy identically to men, it could add $28 trillion to global annual GDP by 2025. Accordingly, McKinsey also did a gender gap analysis and says that in Africa, if women were participating actively and the gender gap was closed in the workforce, we would add $3.1 trillion to the GDP of Africa by 2025. This makes it important for us to know that gender equality, inclusiveness is key to drive the future. Our objective should be guaranteeing that all citizens, regardless of gender, reap the benefits of economic growth and development. Achieving this goal requires visionary leadership, a commitment to innovation, sustainable development, and proactive strategies for the future of work. I'll touch briefly on visionary leadership. That paves the way for inclusive growth. In our complex world, visionary leadership is essential for promoting sustainable economic growth. Effective leaders look beyond immediate concerns and anticipate the needs of future generations while addressing the current issues. They understand that economic growth must be inclusive, benefiting all segments of society. This entails dismantling systemic barriers, advocating for gender equality, and fostering environments where diverse perspectives thrive. By integrating gender inclusiveness into decision-making processes, leaders can create equitable economic opportunities, ensuring that growth benefits each and every one of us. Typically, we must actively promote women leadership in all sectors by setting targets for women representation in government and boards as part of the Sustainable Development Goal 5. Innovation and entrepreneurship. We must cultivate creativity and innovation in all aspects of our lives, and it starts from the KG level. We must encourage children to think for themselves, to act for themselves, and to also understand that mistakes are a way of learning. Because innovation is a cornerstone of economic growth, thriving on diversity. To foster a culture of creativity, we must empower the youth and marginalized groups to engage in entrepreneurship. This involves providing equitable access to resources, networks, as we are doing today, and mentorship programs. Investing in diverse startups and creating innovative ecosystems unlocks a wealth of ideas and ensures that economic growth is driven by the full spectrum of the talents available in Ghana. The Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, has actually reported that globally, over 272 million young people leave their countries of birth to seek employment abroad as international migrants. My question to you is, what can we do as a country, as the youth, as the emerging leaders, to actively reduce migration of our youth? What can you do? Can you come up with ideas and seek opportunities from organizations to start up your own company? I know of 2 young men who started a company, and today, because technology has improved, they're actually one of the best fintechs in Ghana at the moment. So yes, we can. Sustainable development, merging growth with responsibility, is essential in guiding our economic policies. As we pursue growth, we must also prioritize environmental stewardship and social well-being. Integrating gender inclusiveness into sustainability initiatives is vital, as the future generation must lead community-based environmental efforts. Their full potential in economic development can significantly contribute to both environmental and social sustainability. We must promote responsible living by promoting sustainable practices that promote the earth and water bodies. Inclusiveness and equality. We must ensure that we all benefit from the resources that the country provides. Inclusiveness and equality are not only ethical imperatives, but also crucial for robust economic growth. To ensure all citizens benefit from economic opportunities, we must tackle disparities in education, healthcare, accessibility to resources, and employment opportunities. For example, if a woman and a man go in for an interview, a manager can say that, oh, she's 25, she will get married, she will have children, so I prefer the man. But the woman has the skills and the qualities to do better at the job. So let's look at these things. Let's also adopt better work-life balance by coming up with supportive policies as a nation to promote overall productivity and economic resilience. The future of work is you. The digital age has rapidly transformed the work landscape through machine learning, the metaverse, automation, artificial intelligence, and remote work. These days, you find people in Ghana who work for companies in China, but they live in Ghana. They work for companies in the US. And it is all about building your skills continuously to take advantage of these opportunities. To maintain gender inclusiveness amid these challenges, we must proactively address the disparities that technology can exacerbate. Preparing for the future of work involves investing in digital literacy and skills training, particularly for underrepresented groups. We've all heard of AI, and we know we all have AI on our phones, don't we, as students in school? We do, those of you in university. Are we saying none of us uses ChatGPT? You don't? Yes. How many of us do? ChatGPT. So that's the future. What do we think ChatGPT does for us as students? What does it do? It's not to enable plagiarism, you are aware. It's to help us with our research. When we were in school, we used to go to the library and sign out for books. You are lucky, you just go on your phone, you Google the question the teacher asks you to research, and you can come up with your answers. But please be careful. We all know what technology does. It's garbage in, garbage out. So as much as how you are using your ChatGPT, make sure that you also do your research. So go to proper research websites and do your research. So you are not charged for plagiarism. You are aware it's a criminal offense. Are you aware it's a criminal offense? Plagiarism. Those of you in secondary school, are you aware it's a criminal offense? Good. Now, Mr. Chair, I did this because as a nation, we haven't spoken about the role of artificial intelligence in our education, in the workspace, and even in the homes, and its impact on what it can do to us as a nation. So one of the most important things, as much as how we are promoting STEM, is to also start having national policies that will ensure that we talk about all these technological advancements. Now, the metaverse is a space and has really been projected a lot in Singapore, where people go there to buy and sell. So you go there, you create your avatar, and then you can do whatever you want to do in the metaverse. I'm sure very soon, as the world is progressing, it will also end up in Ghana. Now, as a nation, how are we talking about these technological advancements, and how will we use it as a nation to progress our economic development? This is one of the key things that I hope as we deliberate on today, we will come up with solutions to them. And so finally, Mr. Chair, I want to emphasize that gender inclusiveness is not a zero-sum game, because we rise together as a people and not on the basis of gender. I am a living proof that when we break down barriers, anything is possible. We want to see a Ghana where the next generation is trained to understand the dynamics of global changes that will greatly impact their lives and decisions. We want to see a Ghana where the youth are empowered to thrive and be exceptional in taking decisions for progress. The onus now lies on us to work together to build a future where every Ghanaian, regardless of gender, can reach their full potential. A future where our sons and daughters have the same opportunities. A future where gender inclusiveness and equality is not just an aspiration, but a reality. Thank you all for your attention, and God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
Let's do it one more time for her. Thank you very much. So let me remind all of us that we'll be having some interactive sessions as we proceed, as we go on with the event. And as well, there will be a forum for questions and all of that after the panel discussions that will be happening right here. For the introductions, as I did previously, we'll be playing some through the PA system. Like when I call the speaker, the intro, everything will be played via the audio system. So some of them will play like that. The others, I think I would have to read them out. But for a much, easier way out, I think we'll do it through the PA system. So our next speaker is on. But before that, let me acknowledge these few sponsors as well. I've mentioned earlier that we'll introduce them as and when we move on. So let's acknowledge our sponsor, Blessant Limited and Real Estate Company. He sponsored this event, FEDEMS Limited as well. And then I mentioned On Air Bespoke. Also, all our media partners, we'll have time to mention all of you. Thank you for sponsoring this event. We have the speakers seated already. Ideally, we're supposed to introduce them individually, but we'll do that as and when we move on. So please exercise a little patience for us. So our next speaker, if I can have the audio played, please.
Our NELF 2024 speaker, Joshua Oponsafo. Joshua Oponsafo is the Executive Director of New Africa Concept, a movement with the mandate of championing the cause of historic national transformation. He is also the torchbearer of Gatekeepers Kingdom Network, a discipleship-based network, Interreligious Forum for Religious and National Discourses. He is also a lead consult at Metanoi Consultancy, and a conference speaker and author over 30 books.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome our next speaker, Joshua Oponsafo. A round of applause for him, please.
The chairman, honorable and great speakers, and then great men and women here in gathered, a very warm welcome and then good morning to you all. Okay, so I believe that my forerunners have done a great job and a fantastic job. Let's appreciate them once more. Our frontier speakers, Mr. Isaac Buama, as he spoke on the role of the youth in nation building or national transformation. And then also Mrs. Wilson on gender equality. So we want to press the subject further on the future of work. And actually, they've made mention of a good number of them, so I'm very, very safe. The future of work. In the 16th century, there was an empire called the Aztec Empire. For those of you who have watched this movie, Apocalypto, great. Yeah, so that movie was centered on the Aztec Empire. It had run for about 600 good years. They were very mighty, boisterous, and very powerful. It is present day somewhere around Mexico. Now, in 1521, the Spaniards charged against them, led by a captain called Fernando de Cortes. And then when he went there, he went with just a little band of soldiers to go and then conquer a 600-year-old empire, which is the Aztec Empire. How were they able to conquer? They were able to conquer because it is in the practice of the Aztec Empire that when they go for war, they do not spill so much blood at the battlefield, because per their superstitious beliefs, they needed to catch them as slaves and then bring them home to offer them as sacrifices. So if you watch the film very well, they went there, captured them, and then that was their practice. So when they were going into warfare, their combat, they were more of wrestlers. So their combat was to capture their enemies whole and intact in order to present them as sacrifices to their gods. But for the Spaniards, it is do and die. So because they were not willing to change, and because of the way they were practicing when they went for war, it was easy for Fernando de Cortes, with just a little band of soldiers, to conquer them. What is this story pointing to? It's pointing to the fact that the future of work in Africa and then in our times is shifting so much, and that if you are not willing to take up the pains to be very dynamic, you may end up like the Aztec Empire. There are many things which used to be working for some time past, that in this time, if you repeat the same thing, you will go nowhere. The truth is, if you do not adjust yourselves relative to the demands ahead, you will fizzle out within the shortest possible time. 3 things briefly that I believe we can put in place as emerging young leaders as we prepare ourselves for the future of work, that will help us to be in sync with the global demands. 1, your domain skills, what I've called your domain skills. A lot have been said on technology and then AI, and then I'm just adding a little to it. Choose your domain or your niche very carefully. And once you have chosen that, what you should do is that give yourself extreme and excessively to the pursuit of knowledge. As Isaac Wamo rightly said, unfortunately, we spend, whether waste or spend, I can't even tell, but we spend, or possibly we waste so much time on the social media, jumping from TikTok to the other platforms. What are we doing? We are just liking pictures. We are following all kinds of things. What you are not doing, somebody somewhere is actually doing it. And we cannot continue business as usual. So the truth of the matter is that once you get your domain, give yourself to the pursuit of knowledge in that chosen domain. With technology, you can globalize your skills. You may not necessarily have to japa to go to maybe US or Canada. You can be here in Accra, in Kumasi, wherever you are, and then it is possible to globalize your skills. People could be in Singapore, could be in US, and then they'll be chasing after you because you have invested so much into yourself. What is your domain and what is your domain knowledge base? I've always been telling my people that if there is any journal, any article, any book in your chosen domain, after some time, maybe you can give yourself about 3 to 5 years. By 5 years' time, you must be determined that you are either the best or amongst the best in your chosen domain, not in Ghana, but on the global scale. And it is much more than a possibility. It is much more than a possibility. You can do it. I can do it. Let us give ourselves excessively to it. So I've been saying that if there is any material which you are yet to read, possibly after 5 years, then it should be that that book is yet to be published. That should be the extent to which you must be determined that I choose to be either the best or among the best in my chosen field. Number 2 happens to be your domain or your catalytic posture. What I've called your catalytic posture. That is in the light of values. It is not only about the knowledge that you have, but also the kind of values that you have which will thrust you forward. Many of us, we have some set skills and knowledge, but unfortunately, we are not reliable. Unfortunately, we do not respect time. Unfortunately, we do not value human lives. Unfortunately, we are not given to very key values that will make us reliable. We are not consistent. So if we are working at a workplace, we cannot be consistent. When our bosses desire to give certain deadlines, always we are begging for an extension of deadlines. These are certain postures that if you do not have it, it doesn't matter the extent of your intelligentsia, it is going to cripple you. As we normally say, that your intelligence can take you to a height, but it is character and attitude which will keep you there. So we call it, or I'm calling it catalytic, because I know we know enzymes. They are catalysts, which means they speed up the process. So it is good to have your domain skills and knowledge very great and strong. You must add to that your catalytic posture, the posture of reliability, the posture of consistency, the posture of discipline, the posture of respect for time, and many, many others. If you have a strong base of value, I can assure you that the future of work, which is more of technological globalization, you will not be missing in it at all. In that given field or domain which I made mention of, don't just go through the norm. Be scouting for what are the emerging trends in this field. What are the unanswered questions in this field? Because the world is no more hungry for academicians. The world is hungry for solution bearers. And if you can provide solution, even if you are in Jupiter or Saturn, we will get a way to get you there, or to get there and then get a solution. So it is not so much about where you are, it is so much about the investment that you are giving to yourself. What are the problems in your field? And what can you harness through technology, AI, metaverse, and all these stuffs to provide resounding solution to those given problems? That is what is going to thrust us forward in the future of work. Though there are several statistics, but I resonate with what Isaac Wama said, that for set gatherings, maybe we may not have to bore ourselves with a lot of statistics, but rather to ignite certain thought patterns, that this is what is needed at this critical time. The last that I will add will be the catalytic skills. The catalytic skills. Maybe 5 or 6 of them which I may recommend. One happens to be leadership skills. And this one, regardless of your domain, I humbly submit to you that you must take the pains to develop these skills. As I've qualified it, they are catalytic. They can speed you up, and it can give you an edge above your contemporaries within the shortest possible time. Leadership skills. We have a lot of leadership crises in our nation and in Africa. Whether it is in politics, in religion, in the corporate world, give yourself to it. And then develop the necessary leadership skills. Starting with yourself. That is personal leadership. If you are leading yourself properly, then you also have the opportunity to lead maybe a company, or maybe even a nation or a continent, or even in your domain. You can be a professional leader. Leadership skills. Number 2, technology. Skills in technology. Let us take pains to explore various aspects of technology. Not to plagiarize somebody's thought. We must be original in our presentation, but we can harness on it. At a click of a button, you can get access to so much information. In fact, with the days and years ahead, it used to be that ignorance was bliss, but I don't think it is any more bliss. For now, if you are ignorant, you will really struggle and then suffer. So the skills in technology will also take you far. The other forms of catalytic skills, you could also explore organizational skills. And these ones, as I said, it is regardless of the program you are reading or even your domain. Leadership cuts across. Technology cuts across. Organizational skills cuts across, because naturally you are going to deal with human beings. We are social elements and social fabrics. So ability to organize yourself and organize your thoughts and organize people, driving towards a common agenda to take you far. Number 4, public speaking skills. In fact, you can master the art of public speaking, and even that one alone, regardless of your certifications, can project you so much higher, even on a global scale. You may start somewhere. Give yourself to it. Rehearse, rehearse, rehearse. Through constancy of practice, you'll be able to get to a point where you become so explorative. Even at dawn, if you are waking up, you can speak so excellently, which we normally call extempore. If you want to speak extempore, then you must read beyond mastery. Extempore means that you are not even aware, just like we have gathered here. You are not aware, in fact, you are not a speaker. And then we point you at random that come and give a 15-minute or 20-minute talk. You can imagine what will happen to your soul. But there are some people that are prepared so much that regardless of the topic, regardless of the time, they are not even aware. They can be chosen at random, and they will present even better than the speakers that have been given earlier notice. If you want to speak extempore, then you must read beyond mastery and constancy of practice. Give yourself to public speaking skills. Because even if you are an entrepreneur or even an innovator, you should be able to sell your ideas. The confidence, the skills that you'll be able to sell your ideas to make it a compelling idea is very, very strong and very, very needed. Maybe the last that I'll add is the skill of system building. System building. Your ability to conceptualize thoughts and then break complex situations into significant phases, phase by phase, meaningful, to simplify it. You will easily be a hot cake wherever you are. I believe strongly that if you have your domain knowledge and skills intact, if you have your catalytic posture well situated on sound transformational values, and as well as you have yourself strongly founded on these catalytic skills, the sky will no more be your limit. As I end, I'll say this, that there are no dry lands. There are only dry men. There are no dry lands anywhere. There are only dry men. Take Dubai, for example. It is on a desert, but they've been able to build themselves to the point where they can, we call cloud seeding. They can activate the clouds for it to rain as and when they want. So they are technically on a dry land, but the people there, with their leadership, they are not dry. So because of that, they have been able to transform a wilderness or a desert into a place where we all keep on going. We are here in Ghana and Africa. There is abundance of natural resources and even water bodies. But because we are dry on the inside, we are galamseying our water bodies. And then we are struggling to even get potable water. The person in Dubai is not struggling to get potable water because he is not dry on the inside. What do I mean? If you are able to develop an internal fountain of river or waters, it doesn't matter the external factors. You can be placed in the harshest of conditions, but because you have invested so much and you are not dry on the inside, you can turn the dryness into a river. But if you are dry on the inside, then there will be floods upon floods of water bodies. But after a while, it will become a wilderness. Let us not give ourselves to being dry on the inside. This is the difference between the contributing factors as well as the determining factors. Contributing factors are always external of us. Yes, political issues, unemployment, and then all that. These are external. They are contributing factors. But I rose to tell you that there is a factor stronger than contributing factors, which are determining factors. And the determining factors are internal. If we can look within, invest into ourselves with our domain skills, with the catalytic postures and the right catalytic skills, I can assure you that a new wave will blow all across Africa. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong.
Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping for him. Dr. Joshua Oponsafo. That was an excellent presentation. So we'll be inviting the police band once again, but before that, I believe we are aware that we're expecting some of the presidential aspirants. We are glad to have a representative from His Excellency, the former President, John Dramani Mahama. And he's in the person of Honorable Kobna Adekuka, former Greater Accra Regional Chairman for 12 years, economist by profession, Chairman of FNB Investment Ghana Limited, Honorary Consular for the Republic of Belarus in Ghana, former Board Chairman Ghana Export Promotion Authority, former Board Chairman GIHOC, and a former Vice President for Ghana Football Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge Honorable Kobna Adekuka. A round of applause for him, please. So we'll be having a short interaction with you. Akosia, my compere, my other MC, will do that. So right after the police band, we'll just invite Honorable, a very short discussion with you. Yes, we'll have it right here. Yeah. So the police band will give us 3 songs. More train Ekoyi Mamano. Yabebo no later. Why? For now, we are playing the patriotic songs, please. All right.
Ghana Central Police Band. We are grateful to you for the tunes. Now, I would like to acknowledge some partners. Smart City Ghana, thank you so much for your support. National Union Ghana Student, NACS. FEDEMS, we are grateful for your support over the years. The Dominion University, thank you, thank you, thank you. World Inspiring Network, thank you for supporting us over the years. We have media partners here, TV3, Pent TV, UTV, GTV, Atinka TV, City News, Joy News, Adom TV, and GNA. Thank you so much for supporting us over the years and for your continued support. Now we've gotten to one of the most important, or one of the important parts of this program, where we have interactions with presidential aspirants. We are fortunate to have some of their reps here. Now, for this very discussion, we are going to look at leadership. The key to driving every economy is the decisions and then the policies that leaders put in place to govern the institution and the nation. So we are going to delve into the vision for the the NDC, and the leadership vision they have for the nation in driving forward. And I have here the rep for His Excellency Dramani Mahama, Honorable Adekoka. He's a former Greater Accra Regional Chairman for the NDC for 12 years. He's an economist by profession. He's a chairman of the FNB Investment Ghana Limited, Honorary Consular for the Republic of Belarus in Ghana. He's a former board chair for Ghana Export Promotion Authority, former board chair for GIHOC, and a former vice president, GFA. He's a big man. A round of applause for him, please. Honorable, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation this morning. We are breaking the 8. Is that happening? I mean, just on a lighter note, are we really breaking the 8?
Definitely. Let me say good morning or good afternoon to our brothers and sisters who have gathered here this morning. I think all protocols, I stand on all protocols that have already been established. Yes, we are breaking the definitely. President Mahama gave me a speech.
Yes, we'll come to the speech. I think that will be after this, and then we'll all listen to the speech. It's a very important speech to all of us.
All the visions and all the aspirations of the NDC are reflected in this speech.
Okay, so
if I read it,
yes,
people will understand, then we can discuss it.
Let's go on then.
Good. This is a speech being delivered on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He extends his greetings to you and will have wished to be here by himself. But as you are all aware, the times that we are in, the schedule is so huge that he has asked me to come and represent him. Mr. Chairman, permit me to proceed to thank Vodec Africa and the National Emerging Leadership Economic Forum for their thorough selection of such an important team that is leading for sustainable economic growth in a multipolar world, the role of emerging leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important aspects of humanity is leadership. And that's what we are going to discuss about, you see. Leadership is about having a big responsibility and a noble purpose. Leadership means motivating and enabling others to do great things, creating positive changes, and making real impact on the world. Leadership is not just about having power, it is about having a vision and inspiring others to join you to achieve same. Mr. Chairman, vision in leadership is good, but it does not end with just that. It is about taking actions to make that vision a reality. A great leader leads by example, demonstrating honesty and humility, taking responsibility and striving for excellence. In today's complicated and fast-changing world, effective leadership is more important than ever. Underline that, effective leadership. Whether it is in business, politics, education, or any other field, we may face difficult problems that can only be addressed with bold and visionary leadership. Mr. Chairman, this is the reason I'm back on board, tabling my experience and sober reflections over the years in leadership before you and the people of Ghana. I have navigated Ghana through tough economic waters. My presidency was marked by significant infrastructural development, building economic buffers for inclusive growth, while ensuring macroeconomic stability. I understand the intricacies of national crisis management and possesses the proven experience to reset Ghana from the economic challenges we face today. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghanaian businesses are currently faced with unprecedented crisis marked by taxation, steep exchange rate depreciation, high interest rates, high import duties, high utility costs, an unstable macroeconomic environment, a corrupt bureaucracy, and a high cost of doing business in a hostile investment climate. These have been exacerbated by the expropriation of the investment process of Ghanaian businesses under the current government deadly debt restructuring program. This hostile business climate has led to the collapse of several Ghanaian businesses and compelled many multinational companies to relocate to neighboring countries, leading to further job losses to the working population of the people of Ghana. In response to these pressing issues, as provided for at pages 28 and 29 of the NDC Resetting Ghana Manifesto 2024, the next NDC government commits to restoring investor confidence, creating a congenial business atmosphere, and supporting indigenous business, including SMEs for job creation. This the NDC will achieve by pursuing the following: ensuring a stable monetary and macroeconomic environment for businesses to thrive, ease the tax burden on businesses by scrapping the COVID levy, the yield levy, emission levy, among others. Rationalizing import duties, fees, and charges to reduce the cost of doing business. Provide tax incentives, financing support, security service, cheaper and reliable power for businesses under the 24-hour economy. Provide tax breaks and low-cost financing for strategic startups and micro, small, and medium enterprises. Mr. Chairman, fellow speakers, President, the media, the 24-hour economic vision policy was provided. It is about creating jobs through enhanced productivity, connecting Ghana with the wider world, and making Ghanaians proud of what we are accomplishing as Ghanaians. The 24-hour economy will focus on selected public institutions with larger customer base, such as ports and harbors, customs, passport office, DVLA, manufacturing, pharmaceutical construction, financial services, waste management, transportation service, and security services, among others. Once the 24-hour is set in motion, the rhythm of economic growth will start to accelerate exponentially. Ghana will be open for business 24 hours. The 24-hour economy initiative will anchor my determination to change the structure of Ghanaian economy through the active support of private sector-led growth. Be assured that the 24-hour economy initiative is a well-thought, thorough, data-driven, evidence-based, and comprehensive policy to expand critical and strategic segments of our economy in a sustainable manner. We will lead an administration that promotes gender inclusivity in every government policy. That is why we propose to establish a National Women's Bank to empower women to close the gender gap financially. 1 million women will benefit from the Women's Bank to finance their small and medium-scale businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital revolution is here to stay. It has already transformed our lives in an extremely unpredictable manner and will continue to do so. We now have digitized factories and even digital agriculture. This is the fourth industrial revolution. This is why I believe in the right to affordable and reliable internet. I believe that everybody should have access to the internet. You remember 4 years ago, I promised Ghanaians that if elected, I will provide them with universal and affordable internet access. This promise still stands because my vision of a digital Ghana is as strong as ever. As provided for at pages 83 and 85 of the NDC Resetting Ghana Manifesto, the next NDC government shall launch the 1 million coders program initiative to train 1 million young Ghanaians in digital skills, empowering them to thrive in the rapidly growing business processing outsourcing and knowledge process outsourcing sector, and to also identify and support the youth to develop e-applications to support the delivery of public service. My digital job initiative in partnership with local tech startups and businesses will create 300,000 job employment opportunities for the youth. So the youth here, we are going to make sure that we take care of the youth unemployment situation in the country. Finally, in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, my leadership will be leadership by example. I will demand the highest standards of ethical conduct from all my appointees and will exact accountability on all public officials, past and present. We shall reset the narrative and restore Ghana to its rightful place among the community of nations. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to, these are the words of His Excellency Dramani Mahama, the leader of the National Democratic Congress. Sir, you've said a lot.
Yes.
Let me ask you, from what you just said, from your own words and from what you wrote or what the president gave you, what do you see as the challenges? First of all, let's look at this. What were the challenges during his leadership? And what can he do better now from all the things that you said?
Well, like he said, during his leadership, it wasn't a perfect one, definitely. But he strived to put Ghana to a certain pedestal. The time he exited office, you could attest to the number of things that he has done. The infrastructural development.
Why do we vote for him? We voted him out. So if
you want to talk about
if Ghanaians really recognize infrastructure, if Ghanaians recognize policies in place, why did we vote the guy out or your president?
The opposition at that time came out with a lot of insinuations. He was accused of having a hotel in Dubai. He was accused of being corrupt. All manner of charges were labeled against him. And you know the type of politics that we do in this country. People, more or less, thrive, sometimes believe in rumors. And based on that, they promise Ghanaians an alternative of having, changing the dynamics of Ghanaian economy within 18 months. Here we are today. Now this country is bankrupt, totally bankrupt. I mean, our debt to GDP now, the time we left office was about 50%. Now it's about it went as far as 110%.
But
you see?
Sir, but don't you think we've gotten to the point where we need to reflect? Yes, propaganda-wise, you come, I did this person did that. But I asked about the challenges because if you pencil it down, oh, I was a leader, these X and Y were the challenges I faced. These are what I'm going to do to fix them. Yeah. Those are the things I'm asking from you now.
You know, he's a president who told us that he's not going to accuse previous government of not giving us adequate electricity. So he decided to fix it. I mean, I remember President Kufuor time when he had challenges in power. Pastors were sent to Akosombo to go and pray for the water, for the Akosombo Dam to, but he took the challenges. He came and said, well, this is a problem, like you asked me. So he was going to resolve it. And eventually, we went through so many challenges. Ghanaians were not patient enough. But eventually, he was able to resolve the issue. The challenge that he made sure our health system was broken. Infrastructure was broken in many areas. So he took up those challenges and decided to fix them, which he did. He left this country with a debt of 125.
Yet he was voted out.
Definitely. I just told you how the kind of African politics we do here. If you want to come to power, you have to go and denigrate your opponent. And if you go back to 2016, so many things were said. Up to now, after 8 years of MPP, have they hauled him to the courts? No. He's clean as. And now Ghanaians have realized. That is why you see that there's a wind of change. Because Sankofa is not a bad thing. It's part of our local dialect. So people want to go back to Sankofa because he has got a proven record.
Well, your words are like, in the next few years, Ghana will be like Dubai or something like that.
No,
so
no, it is not a matter. But we can strive. You see, I heard one of your speakers. We can strive to be like Dubai. If you go back 10, 15, 20 years, the first time I went to Dubai, it was full of sand dunes and camels and bazaars. That place, you wouldn't believe that there's a country called. The airport was like the old Kotoka International Airport, the old one, even better. But today, me and you want to go to holidays because it took them what? It took a visionary leader to ensure that was done. So it can be done. You shouldn't run away from it.
Based on the things you said, 300,000 jobs for the youth.
Yeah.
300,000 jobs for the NDCU. We are talking about inclusion here.
Not NDCU.
Hold on, sir.
Not
we
NDCU.
doing 300,000 jobs for, I mean, you say that. We see this a lot. And, you know, people complain that when these interventions and policies were put in place, the government said, we're going to do 300,000 jobs. We went there, and now it's job for the boys. How is this government going to ensure that if you say 300,000 jobs for the youth, this is an emerging leader conference, you know, program or forum, to empower the youth to know that, oh, I may not belong to an NDC party, but because of their inclusion policy, it's possible, you know, I may find myself or land myself a job. Now, how do we include all Ghanaians in this policy?
NDC, by the nature of our party, it's called National Democratic Congress. It's a congress. is made up of people of different backgrounds, right? We don't discriminate. We are all Ghanaians. We all live in this country. And we don't ask for party card before a job is given to you. We are very inclusive. And the youth are the future of this country. One of your speakers made that allusion. So it's very important that we open avenue. Look, if the youth are unemployed, we are sitting on, we will be sitting on an explosive bomb, because they become restive. There's nothing for them to do. What do they, next time, me and you, they'll start snatching our cars from us. So we must create an enabling environment for the youth to exhibit their potentials. That is why you're having this conference. And I see a lot of youth here. The future belongs to them. And it's for us leaders, current leaders, who should lead by example and make sure that we create the necessary environment, give them hope, right? So we are not going to say you must be an NDC card-bearing member before you benefit from any resources of this country. No, we are all in together. So our manifesto going forward is to empower the youth to take the commanding heights of the economy. Other countries have done it.
And it's possible here.
It is possible.
Wow, it's possible. It's possible. Is it possible, or we are breaking the eight? I'm confused now.
It is possible, not the other possible you are talking about.
Right. Right. You know, talking about the youth again, you said we have to help them creating the environment for them. Most of them complain about when they get closer to you, leaders, now. It's like, oh, Badabeng, you know, we are here and we can't give you any position. So most of them coil, you know, in their rooms and in their shelves. How do we harness the potential of the youth when your government comes to power?
No, they must get involved. I don't think, as I said earlier on, you look at the NDC, you look at most of the leaders, at least you can say that 45% to 55% of useful nature. They all came from somewhere, definitely. But it is you to exhibit your whatever God has given you. You shouldn't be shy. I heard one of the speakers say, you must assert yourself. You must move on. If you're just speaking alone in a forum, somebody will recognize you and push you forward. I don't think we are a party that pushes people away. I will entreat all the youth here, regardless of your political background, to get involved in national affairs. We all got to where we are because we got involved. Definitely, there will be challenges. Definitely, somebody might think you are going to occupy his or her space. But then it's up to you to show that you've got the capacity to contribute to the development of the country. So I don't think you should be scared or you should be worried when you come around somebody is going to push. Well, everybody in this type of behavior, but definitely, majority of people will welcome you.
I see. The majority of people welcoming you. Let's look at specific policies or initiatives that you believe are needed to ensure Ghana's future so far as growth and stability is concerned. You've mentioned your 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
Someone said, it was very interesting. I think one of the TV stations, and then he was explaining the 24-hour economy. This is what he said. Let me quote him. He said this. He said, the police go to work at 6. They close at 8. So now he said they go to work at 6, close at 6. Now, 24-hour economy in a bar. You go to work at 6, close at 2. then somebody else takes over. These are trivial things. We were thinking that the 24-hour economy, we are putting policies or industries in place, whereas like in advanced countries, we can even work at night, in industry and doing something progressive. Of course, I'm not belittling the fact that, going to work and running the shift system. These are shift systems already. 24-hour economy as youth. Take home. What are we taking home from them?
Let's take one example. The Mahabo. If you take a flight and you look from the air, you see so many ships on the high seas waiting to discharge. The Mahabo starts work at 8 o'clock and closes at 5. And then the whole harbor is shut down. On a weekend, the whole harbor is shut down. Nobody goes to work. And the ships will be on the high seas. Can you imagine doing 24-hour service at the airport? If in the morning you employ 3,000 people for the first shift, they will go home in the afternoon to late evening. Another 3,000 people will be employed. Then the third shift. So within that period of time, that day, 24-hour day, how many people have gone to work? 8 times 3 is what? 24. 24,000 people have gone to work. But the harbor is sitting down empty now. As we sit here now, go to Tema Harbor, it's shut down. And people are looking for jobs. Just Tema Harbor. You understand? I take myself as an example. When I went to UK at a very early age to go and study. I go to classes from 8 to 2. And then I'd go to the library for about 1 or 2 hours. And then from 4 o'clock, I go to Trafalgar Square. There's a building called New Zealand House. I go to do cleaning, right, from 4 to about 8. And then I go to Wandsworth Hospital to go and do another cleaning. Then by around 12, 1, 2, there's a bus service, 24-hour bus waiting. I even got to be friends with some of the drivers. And I go.
So, sir, we need to create the enabling environment before we can have a 24-hour.
So I'm coming to the police.
If our churches are sleeping, so are you going to empower our churches? Are we going to have new transportation systems? Are we going to make sure that the police are on the street?
This is
the street light in Accra is terrible. No lights at night. So these are all enabling environments. Yeah. Are we going to put all these things in place before having?
I think you haven't read our manifesto. We say we'll make sure that Accra is lit up. The motorway. There's so much work to be done. Right? You said the police goes to work at what? 6 and closed at 8. And then what happens? The whole country comes to a stand. No, you need other policemen to do the shift work. Other countries have developed by doing this kind of thing. So, excuse me. So it's something that we have thought through, and it's doable. It is not everything but there are certain specific industries or services that we need to. So I don't think it's something that is far-fetched.
It is doable.
It is doable.
So finally, for people here, I really want to understand. Are we breaking the 8, finally? Is it possible? Are we breaking the 8?
You see, everybody here, President Kufuor said, what's his name? Everybody here must look at his name. And you make a decision. You make informed decision. I'm sure everybody in this country, at this moment of time, is having challenges. Why do you allow our pensioners to go and queue for even a former Chief Justice to go and picket? It's never happened in this country. That is a total failure of governance. That I'm sure my brothers in the police services are having pension. I don't know why their pension fund had got a haircut. I don't know whether we've got some bald policemen sitting there. If you're bald there, you can't even get a haircut. But your pensions have all got haircut. As you go now, people who are bondholders will be able to be paid, what, 2055? Most of them will be dead. So if you are sitting him, not to Abapa, the youth, it belongs to you. The country belongs to you. How do you envisage Ghana 10 years from today? These are the kind of things that you should be thinking about. 10 years hence, how will Ghana be? And if you say because my father was former so party, so I also belong to the Esawara.
Thank you so much. So I will take one question from anyone here. If you have a question, yes, if you can have a microphone down there. You can come to the front, you mention your name, and then ask your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Razak Adam Avemi. I'm a business formalization executive. From the explanation of the NDC rep on behalf of His Excellency, former President, the 24-hour economy as explained, I would want to know its fundamental difference from what we all know of the shift system of work. I also had some time in the UK and I know how the system worked. I want to know the fundamental difference between the 24-hour economy as explained by the NDC and the known shift system of work as the world is accustomed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take one more and then
okay.
Let's take the next one.
All right, please. My name is Prince Kusi from Adan College of Education, reading mathematics and science. Please, I wanted to know, supposing the 24-hour economy is working and in the night there is a light out or doom so, please, what will the government do? And then my last question is, we university or tertiary students, are we going to be part of the 24-hour economy? Thank you.
The first question was, what's the difference between the shift system and the 24-hour economy? When you look at the shift system in Britain, it's on the same wavelength. It's on the same wavelength. I mean, you have a group of people coming to work at a particular time, going home, and another group coming to work. What we are saying in this country is, in this country, we haven't developed that culture. That culture. So we are now going to ensure that there's a policy document on specific areas that we think we can turn them into either the shift system or the 24-hour system, whichever way you want to use the word. It is to create productivity. It's to increase productivity. Look, do you know that in this country, on a Thursday, when you go to most of the offices, by 12 o'clock, they've shut down. Do you know where they are going? Funerals. And I'm a They'll go to funeral. They'll shut the whole system up. And then at the end of the month, they'll come and collect their salaries as if they've worked 30 days, 30 days in a month. And even when they go to funeral on Thursday, they'll come to work on Tuesday because they'll tell you that there was traffic and that they are waiting. So the system is broken. The system is broken. Productivity. Look, we import all the imports that are coming from China. Some people say, oh, with 24-hour economy, where's the demand? And I ask myself, go to the harbor. All these things that are coming from China, are there no demand for it? There's demand for it. But we are importing them and complaining of depreciation of the currency. So if you have 24-hour economy, excuse me, the ladies here, excuse me. I mean, we import common TAMPEX. Anna, can't you produce them here? We import them from China with different brands.
Point made, sir.
This is what you are talking about.
Yeah, so for productivity.
For productivity, we need to increase the productivity for this country to rise from where we are today.
And the next one asked about if students are going to be affected by the 24-hour economy.
But I told you when I was a student, I was doing part-time and earning extra money. Actually, my brother there, I think you also went to England, didn't you? No. You studied abroad. Yes. Why are you doing after class, don't you go and work? Yes. So students, why? You can also get yourself involved and look for some small cash into your pocket.
Right.
So it's for all of us.
Okay. Right, Ade, thank you. Yes, we'll take the next two and then we'll end the session.
Oh,
the next two, it's fine. The next two and then we'll end the session.
I'm Chiba for Joseph. I'm coming from Western region. I am a great student and also a former National Service Personnel President for Amefi East. My question is, because I am a great student, I am concerned about how Galamsey is affecting our land. And also, I am also a product of Galamsey. And this is how I want to ask my question. The people doing the Galamsey, they are aware that they are destroying water. They are aware that they are destroying our cocoa, but yet they are doing it. Now, it means that there is something wrong, meaning there is high rate of unemployment. Because when you go there, we have a lot of graduates who are doing the Galamsey to feed their family, to even build houses, which I know that someone who has been in the cocoa sector for about 40 years, haven't been able to build even a single room. But someone who is in Galamsey will just use just a month to build a mansion. And I want to know, if it were me, I won't stop. So what are the policies and what are the interventions that you have for the youth?
Let's add the last one in there. So please ask your question and he will take them together.
Thank you very much. My name is Herbert Apietu Dankwa. I am a final year student of the University of Ghana reading political science and Chinese. Currently also...
You are bringing the imports, eh?
Currently also the founder for Chinglish Translation Services. Okay, so my question is in two folds. The first, since he talked about Galamsey, I would like to start with that. We know these foreigners are into our country, particularly with the Chinese. And I am studying Chinese. I have been there to study. I know how they do their things. I know how their political structures are. I know the policies that they have and their reservation and their intolerance for such issues like this. They are talking about green economy, and I believe these are pressing issues they would have liked to talk, and they have done everything they could to resolve them. But now let's look into Ghana. It seems the foreigners have the hold in our country, and within the last 12 years, I've not seen any policy, foreign policy, regulating their presence and also their activities that they do in the country. So in the tackling of Galamsey issue, as a committed NDC government, what are you willing to do to bring down the presence of the foreigners and their illegal activities that they tend to do? Secondly, it's on migration policies. I've gone through the NDC manifesto a bit, and I wanted to have a clarified policy for migration. We've all seen our talents going into Asia, Europe, and US, not just for greener pastures, but to steady build themselves up to be equipped for society. However, when they are done, they don't have the thriving environment to come back in Ghana to contribute. And they would therefore like to stay there to build up their economies. I was expecting the NDC, the NPP, and all the other parties to bring in policies that will attract our talents in the diaspora to come back and contribute to our country. But there have been none. And it always seems to be there have been presidential candidates even talking about exporting talents back to the West and all these countries to work. Is it that we take the pleasure in building the talents and not giving them the opportunity to work, or what? And my question has to be, what are the migration policies that the NDC government has to give to Ghana to attract the talents in the diaspora to come back to contribute to the development of this nation? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Galamsey is a menace. Galamsey is a very, very, very serious blot on all of us. I remember growing up, I went to Adisado, and I remember crossing the River Pra, going to Takrady, and at least you can even see your face in it at that time. 2016, you could still see your face in River Pra. After 2017, now River Pra looks like.
Are you sure? Are they honorable? Honorable.
I'm telling you the gospel truth.
No.
I said, and there's evidence. I will have brought you the pictures to show you. But Galamsey or gold digging has been with us for a very long time. Our great-great-grandfathers. I'm sure our brother, the chief sitting here, will attest to it. They were digging gold. In Accra here, when you go to Teshi and La, that was where the goldsmiths, that was where they were all staying. They get this gold and they melt them, turn them into chains, and our mothers and fathers were buying them. The rivers were clean. So the question was, how were they doing it? Unfortunately, during those periods, even though they liked money, they were not greedy. Unfortunately, in our times, greed has set in, so that even under people's homes, they are digging gold. Under their homes, it's greed that has taken us here. And part of the greed is all of us. Who brings the Chinese in? Who gets the concession? Yes, I'm coming. When the leaders get the concession, what do? They go and bring the Chinese. At a certain period, so when I said 2016, the River Power was, you can see your facing. People were memory. I don't think you people were aware the times that these excavators started coming in. The excavators. If you live on the Temamoto Way to the Western region and Ashanti, take your mind back and envisage when the excavators started coming in. And we all sat aloof, all of us, both NDC, both MPP, all of us, CPP, whatever. And that is where we are today. It is our greed that has put us where we are now.
Moving
forward.
Moving on.
The first thing we should do, 2 weeks, I think I was the first person to say that at Angel TV, that we should ban Galamsey for the next 5 years. Yes. Otherwise, you end up importing water. And you are the youth, oh. You start importing water. Do you know how much money you spend to import water? And from where? Where are you going to import the water from? If you don't take drastic action, that is why we should quickly, in those areas, find ways of means of creating an alternative employment. Look, you go to Rwanda. Rwanda have got so much gold. They've banned gold. They've banned it. You can't go and dig gold in Rwanda. But they found alternative employment. That is why we are talking about increasing productivity. That's why we are saying let us start ensuring that our factories, we all of us have a paradigm shift. We have to change our mind, our mentality towards work.
Right. That point makes sense. Let's move on to the bringing talent from the diaspora.
Yeah, diaspora. It all boils down to when the economy is strong. Some of us went out and we came back. We could also have stayed outside and enjoyed the so-called fruits. I don't see any beautiful thing in England or America that is not here.
The system works. No, the system works there.
I'm surprised. Hey, you young girls and boys. Hey, you think Abrochi is nice, eh? I see.
So what policies are put in place?
The policy that we put in place.
There is no attractive, nothing is attracting them to come back home.
It's terrible.
The system is corrupt.
It's terrible.
So
we need
we
need a serious paradigm shift in our mentality, all of us. We need to see Ghana as the country that we all belong to. And we need to make the system work, like you said. We want our hospitals to work. We want first-class hospitals, medical care. Sometimes you go to Kolebu or you go to, and your heart, I mean, you feel, is this Ghana? All of us, it behoves on all of us to have a different mindset about this country, that we need to get the system work, make the laws work.
Right.
Until we do that, whatever policy you put in place will not achieve what we want. Unless mindset.
Changing the mindset of Ghanaians, yes. And then putting the right policies in place.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. So this is Honorable Adekoka. I've been talking to Honorable Adekoka on the roles of leadership in shaping our economy, and he's a rep for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Sir, thank you so much.
A high life song, in case you don't know, it's a high life song. round of applause for the Ghana Police Band. Thank you very much. From the discussion that just ended, I realized that one of the English terms that is now quite complex to use is possible. You ask an NDC man, is it possible I can do this? No, it is not possible. You ask an NPP, is it very possible? So there are circumstances where you need to answer, it is possible, others say it's not possible, although it is possible. All right, so we're moving on. I want to invite the convener, the man behind Vodec Africa, and then also the many forums we've organized for the past 8 years, which I mentioned that we've achieved 100% success in all our events. So help me, his wife is here. We'll introduce, what do you do? All right, okay, so he's an award-winning young African leader, author, and entrepreneur in real life, and he's a founder and CEO of Vodec Africa, an entrepreneurial organization addressing the challenges of the African job market. He's also the founder and CEO of Prudent Technologies, a leading IT firm providing digital solutions for businesses and institutions of all sizes in Ghana. Currently, he serves as executive assistant to the mayor of Accra and as a project lead for the Bloomberg Philanthropy Climate Youth Fund for the city. Driven by his passion to empower young people, Daniel is a philanthropist and a strong advocate for social entrepreneurship and good governance. During the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, he led a nationwide campaign to distribute 1 million face masks to underprivileged communities in partnership with the Future Africa Institute. And he is a former student of Pentecost University, where he served as the Student Representative Council President, the FRC President. Daniel is still part of the university's Board of Advisors, and then currently he operates the NELEF Summit, and then also the Emerging Leaders, the one we had last year, which had to do with an empowerment summit. Daniel ran all these forums. With a round of applause, and please let's rise to our feet and let's welcome the convener, the president of Vodec Africa, Mr. Daniel Asumening. A round of applause for him, please, as he makes his way to the podium. Hey, I didn't know Murad.
Shall we be seated, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well done, thank you. Hey! Good afternoon to us all. I wish to stand on the existing protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed representatives of presidential candidates, the media, our vibrant youth. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to stand before you today at the National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum 2024. We gather here not just as representatives of various sectors but as custodians of our nation's future. Our youths, our innovators, our change makers. Today we find ourselves at a critical juncture in Ghana's history. The world is changing rapidly, and with it, the challenges we face are becoming more complex. Yet, amidst these challenges lies an immense opportunity, a chance for us to reshape our economic landscape, to build a resilient future, and to empower our youth. As we navigate the complexities of a multipolar world, the need for sustainable economic growth has never been more pressing. Emerging leaders like you hold the key to transforming challenges into opportunities. In this dynamic environment, it is vital that we not only embrace innovation, but also commit ourselves to sustainable practices that safeguards the future generations. Your role as emerging leaders is vital. You are the visionaries who harness collaborations, drive impactful change, and lead with both purpose and integrity. Together, we can develop solutions that are not only economically beneficial, but also socially responsible, ensuring that growth enhances the quality of life for all. Let us lead boldly in this multifaceted landscape, championing sustainable as a cornerstone of our decisions and actions. The responsibility lies with us to forge a path towards a resilient and inclusive economy, proving that emerging leaders are not just participants in the journey. You are the architect of our shared future. This forum is more than just an assembly of minds. It is a launch pad. It is our chance to bridge the gap between dreams and reality, potentials and progress. The leaders of tomorrow are in this room. I said the future of tomorrow are in this room. And online, ready to challenge norms and dismantle barriers that hinder our collective growth. Recent surveys have illuminated the expectations of young people from the next government. They seek not just promises, but actionable commitment that will pave the way for their success. Young people like myself, we aspire for employment opportunities, a labor market that recognizes their potential and provides meaningful jobs, industrialization, a robust economy that thrives on innovation and local production, equality, a society where every individual has a fair chance to succeed regardless of their background, tax modification for SMEs, policies that nurture small and medium-sized enterprises, our engines of growth, youth-friendly opportunities, initiatives that encourage our talented youth to stay and build their future here, minimizing brain drain. Inclusive governance, a political landscape where young voices are not just heard, but actively involved in decision making. corruption fighting, a commitment to integrity and transparency in governance, empowerment through education, shifting our minds towards a 21st century education model that adapts to advancement in technology and business, equipping our youth with the relevant skills and knowledge, creating business opportunities, initiating for policies that provide startups with the financial and legal framework they need to flourish. It is essential to minimize bureaucratic hurdles that stifle innovations. Championing climate initiative, our approach to sustainability must not be an afterthought, but a priority in our economic planning. The youths are eager for change. I said the youths are eager for change. And it is our duty to support their initiatives to protect our environment. Building networks of inclusion. We must create an environment where young people feel included and empowered to contribute to the nation's development. These aspirations are not mere wishes. They are clarion call for action. We stand at a critical juncture in the nation's history. The hopes and dreams of millions rest on the shoulders of our president, who carries the immense responsibility of steering the affairs of our country towards a brighter future. As we look ahead, our expectations are clear. We demand job creation, a robust educational system, and a stable economic structure that fosters prosperity for all. These are not mere wishes, but fundamental pillars upon which a thriving Ghana is built. I said these are not mere wishes, but the fundamental pillars of which Ghana is built. To achieve these goals, we need a bold vision and a commitment to action. I propose the following policy suggestions to all presidential candidates so that whoever wins considers them. Investing in our youth. Empowerment programs must be at the forefront of our national agenda. We must equip our youth with the skills and the opportunities they need to succeed, both in Ghana and on the global scale. Educational reforms should focus on skill development, preparing our youth for the demands of the 21st century. Strengthening our economy. Industrialization is key to sustainable growth. We must prioritize the development of local industries, creating jobs and fostering self-reliance. Patronage of local goods should be actively encouraged, supporting Ghanaian businesses and strengthening our national economy. Upholding good governance. Accountability and transparency must be the bedrock of government, public institutions, and state-owned enterprises. Combating corruption is essential to ensuring that public resources are used effectively and fairly. Now, caring for people, improve health care is a fundamental human right. We must invest in accessible, quality health care for all Ghanaians. Environmental preservation is a central element for sustainable development. We must safeguard our natural resources for future generations. A vision for the future. To achieve these goals, we need a president who is dedicated to long-term planning that ensures the continuation of unfinished projects and create a sustainable future. We need a president who is committed to inclusive economic growth that benefits all Ghanaians, regardless of their backgrounds. We need a president who will be a champion of peace and stability, who fosters a harmonious and prosperous society. A president who is proactive in addressing the issues of employment through robust employment programs. A president who is bold in pursuing industrialization, offering incentivized tax breaks to attract investment and stimulate growth. Let us work together to build a Ghana where every citizen has the opportunity to thrive. Let us hold our president and public officials accountable. And let us demand a future that is bright, prosperous, and equitable for all. These are not mere wishes, as I said, but fundamental pillars upon which thriving Ghana is built. Communication and collaboration must be inclusive. We need platforms that allow marginalized voices to be heard and treasured. By pooling our resources and talents, we can create a cohesive network that stimulates growth like we have done today. Now, fellow emerging leaders, the future belongs to us. Let us be clear. We are not just seeking leaders. We are calling for leaders who are equipped, empowered, and committed to building a brighter future for all Ghanaians. We want to spark curiosity and action. Is there enough leadership? This question resonates with each participant at our forum today. It is imperative that we explore what it means to cultivate leadership that is proactive, inclusive, and transformative. Imagine a future where Ghana is not only a hub of innovation, but also a beacon of sustainability. A future where our youth don't have to leave these shores in search of opportunities, but find fulfillment and success right here in their own homeland. The time for dreaming is over. The time for action is now. The time for action is now. Together, let us inspire, motivate, and empower one another to not only envision a better tomorrow, hello. Together, we can foster an environment where every young person has the opportunity to thrive, where innovation is a daily occurrence, and where sustainable prosperity is a shared goal. As we look ahead, I urge our future leaders to consider implementing policies that align with these expectations. Let us embrace a vision where sustainable climate financing becomes a cornerstone of our economic strategy. Imagine a Ghana where we mobilize climate finance effectively, where public and private investment flows into climate mitigation and adaptation measures. This is not just about preserving our environment. It is about creating sustainable jobs and economic opportunities for our youth. Today, it is an honor to present our initiative, Sustainable Climate Financing, Enhancing Economic Prosperity through Sustainable Climate Financing. This initiative explores the implementation of a climate levy in Ghana, a tool that empowers us to tackle climate change while stimulating economic growth. The objectives are clear: conducting a detailed feasibility assessment and proposal for the climate levy, engaging stakeholders meaningfully to design this levy collaboratively, raising public awareness and support for climate financing initiatives. By adopting this climate levy, we can ensure that Ghana makes ambitious action on both mitigation and adaptation, creating green job opportunities that will attract our youth back home and inspire them to innovate. This leads to a call for a climate-focused future, thus abolishing outdated taxes and investing in our youth. We propose the abolition of certain taxes that have outlived their relevance. A classical example is the COVID-19 tax. Along with the potential reconsideration of the e-levy and the emission tax. However, complete elimination might have detrimental consequences on the country's financial health. We propose the complete abolition of some outdated taxes and the introduction of the climate levy, recognizing that climate change is the new global pandemic demanding our urgent attention. Why this shift is critical: fairness and equity. The existing emission tax disproportionately affects a minority, creating an unnecessary economic strain, and more equitable approach is essential. Furthermore, broadening the tax net is crucial to enhance revenue mobilization. This involves ensuring that all individuals and businesses within the country contribute their fair share of taxes. Youth empowerment. By replacing these taxes with the climate levy, we can direct resources towards empowering our youth to combat climate change through innovation projects and the creation of sustainable green jobs. This not only addressing a pressing global challenge, but also stimulates economic growth. This levy should be designed to be inclusive. The charge should be modest, ensuring that all citizens contribute fairly without placing an excessive burden on any individual or group. Must focus on sustainability. Funds raised will be allocated to initiatives aimed at tackling climate change, supporting youth-led projects, and fostering a sustainable economy. Finally, improving efficiency and effectiveness within the corporate sector is paramount. By reducing losses within state-owned enterprises and encouraging profitability, the government can benefit from increased dividends, adding to its internal revenue generation. By embracing this bold shift, we can establish a fairer tax system that empowers our youth, drives economic growth, and prioritizes the health of our planet. Let us invest in a future where young Ghanaians lead the charge towards sustainable and prosperous Ghana. But let us remember the success of this initiative, and indeed any initiative, depends on collaboration. It requires all of us, the government, private sector, the civil society, the youth, to come together as partners in progress. As we prepare to elect new leaders, let us demand that they prioritize these initiatives. Let us challenge them to be bold in their vision, courageous in their action, and unwavering in their commitment to uplift our youth. Now, dear young leaders, today I stand before you, not as someone who merely speaks down to you, but as a colleague, a fellow traveler on this journey towards a brighter Ghana. You are not only the leaders of tomorrow, you are the change makers of today. And the future of our nation rests upon your shoulders. As we gather here, I want to challenge each one of you to embrace courage. A courage defined not by the absence of doubt, but by the decision to act in the face of it. Remember, courage is not just about fearlessness. It is a combination of commitment, doubt, and action. Each step you take today is a testament to your commitment to a better future. Doubt will always be there, crawling at the edges of our minds. But it is action, your action, that will drive change and reform across all sectors of Ghana's economy. You might be wondering, why do we need more leadership? The answer is simple. Our nations demand it. We live in an era marked by challenges that requires fresh perspective and innovative solutions. The status quo has held us back long enough. It is time for a paradigm shift in Ghana's leadership and economic landscape. You are all capable of leading this charge. You are all capable of leading this change. Just look around you today. We have enormous riches in terms of speakers and leaders who are eager to share their insights and experiences because they believe in your potential. They believe that with your fresh ideas and relentless determination, you can tackle the issues facing our society. Now, how do we make more leadership happen? By speaking up, collaborating, and rallying together. Leadership is about courage and collaboration. It's about uniting your voices and actions to demand change and hold our future leaders accountable. Don't wait for permission to act. Gather your peers, form alliances, and create a community of support where innovation thrives. As we sit here today, with the cameras flashing and the lights shining bright, let us reflect on one crucial question. How will we be tomorrow when the cameras and the lights are off? Will we remain committed to our shared vision? Will we continue to uplift one another and push for transformation? Will we still champion the cause of support and courage when the spotlight isn't on us? I believe we will, because we are like you. You are like us. We are people like us. Together, we share the same dreams, aspirations, and responsibilities. It is time to rise, to challenge the existing norms, and to create a Ghana that reflects our collective ambitions. So I urge you to step forward with boldness, engage with exceptional ideas presented in this forum, collaborate with one another, and transform your doubts into action. Let us ignite a movement, one that will reform our economy, rejuvenate our society, and lead us into a prosperous and equitable future. Now, understand the future is now. We called not only to envision a brighter tomorrow, but to take decisive actions today that will enable sustainable economic growth and empower our youths. This leadership campaign is more than just rallying cry. It is a movement to embrace innovation, sustainability, and collaboration for the benefit of all Ghanaians. As I end, I bring my speech to an end. Fellow youths, I once again urge you to prioritize policies over short-term political gains. When casting your vote, while cash handouts and immediate benefits may seem appealing, we must remember that our choices at the ballot box have lasting consequences. We deserve leaders committed to creating opportunities for all, not just selected few. Let's advocate for policies that truly address our needs and work towards a brighter future for everyone. Let us lead with purpose, with integrity, and with a shared commitment to the principles that will drive our nations forward. As we navigate the challenges ahead, let us remember the profound words of our founding fathers, that our strength lies in our unity. Together, we can instill hope in every young person, fuel their dreams, and ensure that our economy thrives in a way that respects our environment and uplifts every citizen. In conclusion, I stand before you today with hope, a hope rooted in the resilience and brilliance of our young people. Together, let us build a Ghana where every youth has the opportunity to thrive. A Ghana where sustainability drives prosperity. God bless Vodec Africa. God bless our homeland Ghana. And let us work collectively to make our nations great and strong. Thank you. And let us rise together for a prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Daniel Asumeni. You can do it better. You can do it better. Shall we please resume our seats? The Jama people. Hello. Hello. Jama leader. Wadama time or why I train me and throw why? Mutisi Musa na omodo omoji mo ebe ha dream mesro. All right, so we'll allow you time, yeah, but I think we are far behind time, but we're getting on. Next, we want to invite another renowned speaker, and then right after he's done, we just take some few melodies and then we proceed. We have 2 panel discussions to do before we draw the curtain on the whole program. So please, and we'll allow all the reps of the presidential candidates to also give their individual speeches when the time is due. Thank you very much. So next, he is an astute lawyer, a highly respected one with extensive experience in legal practice and advocacy. As a seasoned professional, he has represented a wide range of clients in various sectors, offering expert legal counsel in corporate law, governance, and human rights. His legal career has been marked by a commitment to justice, fairness, and integrity, with a focus on fostering the rule of law and supporting good governance in Ghana and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and a privilege to welcome Mr. Emmanuel Bruni Bediakon Esquire. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes to give us his speech. Yeah. Let's keep clapping until he mounts the podium. That's very honorable of him. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the honor, Daniel Asbeni. He's a friend, and do I call you a business partner? Great. My presentation is going to be quite engaging, and I'm speaking on the topic, sustainable economic growth of an emerging leader, the role of legal and regulatory compliance. You might have heard the story of Boeing, that giant American company. That started many years ago. I don't think anybody in this room was born. They started somewhere in July 1916, about 100 and something years. And you might have also paid attention to the story when they started having their issues in 2018 and 2019. They first had their major issue in 2018 in Indonesia when they had the Boeing 737 mass crash. When we thought that was going to be all, they experienced another in Ethiopia the following year, 2019. This was, and it still is, a company employing over 170,000 persons in the U.S., almost in all states. Doing great. I don't think we can compare any company in our jurisdiction to Boeing. Yet, they fell that deep. Why? They did fail because of legal and compliance issues. Now, if you want your business to be sustainable, if you want your business to grow as an emerging leader, you cannot for a second take for granted legal and compliance issues. And now when we talk about sustainability, your ability to carry on in a maintained tempo or rate for that long period, even after your death and that of your children's children. Sustainability. So if Boeing, of all its standing, could suffer what it did suffer, and still suffering, if you have paid attention to the news, they are now trying to sign a plea agreement with the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration of the U.S., so that its board of directors do not suffer imprisonment. And so if you really want to be an emerging leader, wherever you want to start from, whether you are starting just some ventures, AA Ventures, AA Enterprise, Daniel Sumeni group of companies, whatever you intend to start, I tell you, it will never be sustainable if you do not see the need to think of legalities and fail to pay attention to compliance issues. Now, why did Boeing get here? They misled the whole aviation team into believing and granting them license for that Boeing 737 MAX. If you have paid attention to the story, it is that deception that is why they are suffering and they are paying huge sums. In fact, if you put their sums together, they are paying over 600 million USD in fines and compensation. How many years? So, my job today is simply to tell you that as an emerging leader, if you want to grow economically and sustainably, do not take for granted the need for legalities. Do not take for granted the need to be compliant in everything you do. Do not take for granted the compliance issues. If Boeing can suffer what is going through, then you can imagine you, a young person, wanting to start a hair business, wanting to start a trading company, or whatever your thought processes are as you are paying attention. Please pay attention to the regulatory framework as regards what you want to do and the compliance issues as well, so that your business licenses will not be withdrawn. You will not suffer any drawbacks, but you can see that you are growing step by step, and that is the sustainability. That you will be able to hand over the company to your children, and your children will be able to hand over to your children's children. That is what we desire as a nation when we really intend to grow. Most often in our part of the world, we do not want to resort to lawyers because we always have an impression that lawyers are expensive. Yes, we may be, but not at all times. If you know how to bond, if you know how to engage, if you know how to even make friends, you can get legal advice for free. Daniel, you've been getting it for... Okay, I won't say it. So, it is how you network, and you will be able to get certain services for free. At least, when you are making good bucks, I also take my percentage. But as a beginner, there are a lot of lawyers Ghana is now blessed with that can assist you as a beginner without taking a thing from you. But start right, start well, and end well. I am honored, and I don't want to take the honor for granted. I bow out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping for him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we move on to the next speaker. He's also a renowned professor with a wealth of experience in education, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. He has dedicated his career to advancing research and practices that drive economic growth while preserving the environment. He has made significant contributions in academia and has played a key role in shaping the future of sustainable business practices in Africa. He has been at the forefront of promoting eco-friendly business solutions that address both economic and environmental challenges. He is known for his work in encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship as powerful tools for tackling issues like poverty. Let's make welcome our next speaker, Professor Hammond Nikwe. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. And the name is Professor Felix Nikwe Hammond. That's the order. Thank you very much. And after listening to Daniel, I was just wondering if I have anything more to say because of the charge and the power behind the speech. And he touched on practically everything that I want to talk about today. I'm trying to look at leadership in the African context because we've been talking about the Ghanaian context and how things are happening. But our first Prime Minister said that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it's linked up with the total liberation of Africa. So as we look at leadership and emerging leadership in Ghana, we must always place it in the context of Africa. But also, we must place it even in the global context because we live in the global world. And what happens here will have ramifications elsewhere. And our people that we're educating here will be working elsewhere. We have people that have worked through the United Nations system all the way up to become Secretary General, even though they were educated in Infansipum here in Ghana. So we need to look at things beyond Ghana. Sadly, our political leaders tend to compare between political dispensations within Ghana. And so it's very difficult to measure the speed of progress that we are making, or even if the ambitions are strong and compelling enough. At the time of our independence in Ghana, we gained independence almost around the same time with Malaysia and Singapore. And Ghana was ahead economically of when you compare the three nations. Today, Ghana's GDP per capita, which is if you take the GDP, the gross domestic product, and share it among the Ghanaian population, each person will have $2,000, $2,200 in Ghana. In Malaysia, it is around $7,000. In Singapore, it is around $11,500. We all started around the same time. We were ahead of the pack, and then all of a sudden, our capital is so low. Now, it is when we start comparing outside of the political dispensations within our system that we know how far back we are. And when you know how far back you are, it determines the speed and the momentum you need to push forward. Otherwise, we'll be complacent and continue to say we're doing very well. Africa has had very wonderful political leadership from the start. If we're looking at the freedom fighters, like Dr. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, and Nelson Mandela of South Africa. These are transformative leaders. They had very little resources and yet fought the system that was oppressing us politically and economically, and with little in their hands, they still won the independence for us. That kind of transformative leadership is what our emerging leaders must aspire to be. And I'll try and look at a definition of leadership in the classical sense, and how that in itself is a problem to how our emerging leaders are being groomed. If you take any basic leadership textbook, you will find leadership defined as guiding, directing, and inspiring others towards a shared objective. This is a classical definition. You find it everywhere. But the problem with the definition is that it did not state what the objective should be, good or bad. Even if it's a bad objective, as long as you can guide, direct, and inspire others towards it, is leadership. I don't think that's the kind of leadership that our emerging leaders must be groomed to. Secondly, it creates the impression that to be a leader, you must have followers, so that without anybody following, you can be a leader. But there are trailblazers with no followers. They think through They determine and they look at themselves and say, though no one is doing it and nobody is coming along, this is the path that I will tread. And they trailblaze. That kind of leadership is what will change our African continent. It is what will change our businesses. It is what will change our educational system. It is what will change our communities and our ministries. So I offer a different kind of definition so I can place the discussion in context. I define leadership as proactively addressing complex challenges and making crucial decisions that impact the well-being that positively impacts the well-being of a community, nation, or the entire continent. Proactively. You need not have followers. You need not let someone tell you to go forward. You have to find and identify this is a challenge that must be solved. Like our forebears, the freedom fighters, Kwame Nkrumah, Nyerere, they saw it as a challenge that must be won. Whether or not, and sometimes the path is very lonely. Sometimes you'll be left alone. Sometimes there'll be nobody to even inspire you anymore. But as long as you have identified and you have a passion for it, then your leadership prowess will come. Some time back, and I'll just say this shortly, I was traveling back from Europe, and usually I would not watch movies on the flight because I normally pack my work because I have 7 hours or 8 hours, so I make sure that I pack my work, charge my my laptop, and then as soon as I get on, do some work, be productive before I go down. But that day, I was so tired, and I said, let me watch a movie. And I watched a particular movie. The title of the movie is Just Mercy. Just Mercy. Justice, Just Mercy. And there was this young guy who had completed Harvard University Law School and came up and said, I need to fight for those that are facing injustice within the American legal system and those that have been condemned to be killed. And when he started, he had a lot of challenges. The guy's name is Brian Stevens. He had a lot of challenges. Even the people he was fighting for didn't believe in him because he was too young. You just came out of school. How can you come and fight? The big lawyers fought, and they ended us up in jail, and we are on the road to be killed. How can you, young person, come up and say, I'll fight for you? So even the people didn't believe. Initially, his friends believed in him, but at some point, they just thought, it's too hard to fight this. It's too hard to go this way, so let's stop it. So they stopped it, and he was on alone fighting. Some of the judges were even against him. Some of the lawyers were against him. They ganged up the police and everything. But in the end, long story short, because he had that vision and he had that dream to fight for those that have been unlawfully convicted to be killed, he managed at least to get one of them released from prison. But this is the problem. This is the issue. At the end of the movie, he said something which I found very profound and has actually influenced the way I look at leadership, the way I do things myself. He said, you cannot go around this world with good ideas in your head. That alone will not work. He said, you need conviction. Are you with me? You need conviction Something must compel you beyond just a good idea. Sometimes when you look through how our leadership in Africa is trending, we'll find a lot of good ideas. And recently we've seen a lot of good ideas from all shades of political parties, both here outside. But sometimes you wonder whether there's conviction behind it. Sometimes you wonder if that alone will take us there. There are a few areas that our emerging leaders must seek to develop along. First is personal leadership. Your personal leadership. You must lead yourself first before thinking about breaking into other arenas. This involves the individual's ability to lead themselves, cultivate self-awareness, and develop the necessary skills, knowledge, and character to positively influence others. Then we have our political leaders. This involves the capacity to lead the community and the political arena. Then we have global leaders like the United Nations, the World Bank, and so on. And fortunately, we have some Africans making strides. They started young as us, but they had that vision ahead, and they desperately wanted to be part of the global leadership. And we have, for example, Ngozi Okonjo of Nigeria, who currently serves as the Director General of the World Trade Organization, and Ahmed Mohamed, a Kenyan diplomat who has also held positions at the United Nations. Then we have organizational leaders, we have civil leaders, and so on and so forth. Now, why it is said that Africa's problem is a leadership problem, and everybody, all the literature will continue to say that it's because of poor leadership. What are the main issues when you look through what people have said and read? Some believe that our leadership problem stems from our colonial past. The colonial system undermined our indigenous leadership structures and governance system, as traditional forms of authority were often suppressed or co-opted by the colonial administration. So some feel that if we had allowed our traditional system to develop and flourish and modernize, it will probably be a better form of political arrangement and political leadership that will take us forward, rather than grafting it into the political or the Western style political arrangement. It's an argument that we can have. But when the second thing is we have very weak institutions and lack of infrastructure. When President Barack Obama visited Ghana in 2009, he said, Africa doesn't need strong men. It needs strong institutions. Our institutions are weak. People are able to flout the laws willy-nilly because they know that the institutions that have been set up to regulate and control them are so weak they can just bypass them. We're talking about Galamsey in Ghana, but it's also elsewhere in other African countries, and it's almost the same pattern replicating, because it is not that Galamsey has to be banned, and we can have that debate. Galamsey is already illegal, so it has already been banned. But the thing is still happening because of weak institutions. Institutions are set up to do what they have to do, but will not continue to do it because they're weak. And so Barack Obama is very right as one of the leadership problems we have. And we expect that emerging leaders will fight for strong institutions, empower the police, empower the forces, empower the legal system, let the judiciary work. Some of our emerging leaders must get get into the legal system, become judges, become senior lawyers, move forward so that our institutions will be strengthened. Otherwise, we will continue to lament. It will always feature in manifestos. We will see it in all documents, but the problem will never move. If at one point, leaders rose to remove colonial administration with all their guns and their barrels and everything, how come that Galamsey is beating us here in Ghana and elsewhere in the African continent? Because of weak institutions. Now we've heard about, which I will gloss over quickly, the question of corruption and nepotism. It's also a weak point in our leadership system. Now, if we are grooming emerging leaders and we are not imbibing in our emerging leaders right from school in the curricula, trustworthiness as a trait, trustworthiness as part of the learning system, that students are not even examined on integrity issues. Students are not assessed on trustworthiness principles. In the past, I think in the olden past, we had a course called civic education, which teaches us these trustworthiness principles and is examinable. But now it's left free flow, and we can study our sciences, we can study our STEM, we can study everything. But listen, and this is crucial for leadership. Warren Buffett, one of the world's millionaire, I think is second, third, or fourth, I don't know, but is one of the top guys. He says, when he is recruiting employees, he will always look out for three things. But the first is integrity. Your certificate will not state your degree of integrity, but he says the first he looks out for is integrity. The second is intelligence. And the third is your passion or energy. But this is what he said. He said, if you can't find the number one, integrity, don't recruit. Because somebody who is very intelligent and passionate without integrity will collapse your company overnight. The guy is intelligent. The guy can beat your computer system. The guy can beat your program, your accounting system, everything. And so if we grooming leaders, that would take us to the next step, and we bypass the key element of integrity and ethical decision making in the whole system, there's something wrong that ought to be corrected. There's something that is improper. That when people get into positions, whether in Kenya, and we saw what happened in Kenya recently, whether it's in Ghana, wherever it is, people get into positions, and the first thing that is checked out is ethical decision making. Once they're there, decision making is about self-enrichment, getting things that will make them happy, and so on and so forth. We need to go back to our curricula and ensure that our educational system builds, even the mission school or faith-based schools, sometimes even don't treat integrity as a core subject. And we come out with all our technical knowledge, but when it comes to leadership, then we have a problem. And imagine that you have a lot of people that have no integrity in leadership, regardless of what it is. You cannot rule, or you cannot lead with only good ideas. You need integrity and you need conviction. Another problem with African leadership is political instability and conflict everywhere. Everywhere. Every little thing is some political thing. We know of our neighbors that about 4 countries, coup d'etats rolling everywhere, cascading, and everybody is afraid that it may even inflict other neighboring countries. There's going to be a copycat attitude. If you have political instability, and we are lucky in Ghana because our economy or our political system has been very stable for a while, and we thank God for that. But if you have systems that are disrupted every single time, there cannot be long-term planning. Leadership is about long-term planning. Are you with me? And I need to make this distinction, so probably I will see if I can wind down. Leadership is about long-term planning. It is different from management, and it is different from administration. Leadership is about transformative change, positive change moving forward. So leadership looks far beyond now. Management is about resource allocation, allocating resources, assigning tasks, and administration is about order, ensuring that the policies are implemented, the forms are filled, everything. You need all three in a system. But we're talking about leadership. We need transformative change makers, people that will go beyond day-to-day activities, but see the big picture, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line. What sort of nation do we want to build? Do we want to become like Malaysia? Do we want to become like Singapore? That is leadership for me. Rather than saying in 20XXX we did this, and 20YYY they also did this, and that is better than us, or it's not. We are just, that is inward looking. That is not leadership. We live in a global world. And we should think globally and see what is happening in China and see what is happening in Singapore and see how come that Chinese students are manufacturing and coming out with different types of phones and changing the world. That how come that they have TikTok that is even scaring America? How can we change our educational system? That is leadership. If we stop and groom our leaders to think beyond resource allocation today, think beyond budgeting today, think beyond all the simple system that takes us daily, but can imagine a Ghana, an Africa that is comparable to Europe, and begin to walk the walk and walk the path to that place, we will be there. And our emerging leaders will take charge. And young leaders, it is your time. As Daniel said, it is your time. It is for us to think as leaders. Move away from management. Management is okay, but move away. See yourself in 15 years' time, wherever you are seated. What will become of you? What will you become? What's going to happen? And what will be your impact? Remember that I have defined leadership as taking on the challenge proactively for the betterment of people, communities, nations, and even the continent. We hope that through this conference And through all the things that we have shared, we will have the likes of Dangote in this room. We will have the likes of Joseph Siao Ejiofor of Zoom Lion from this gathering. We will have people who will come up and take. I mean, when Zoom Lion, and I can talk about Zoom Lion, because when he started, I do remember it was the councils that were collecting the waste bin, and we were swallowed. People don't remember. We were swamped by rubbish every street ever in Accra. One person moved from just allocating resources in his office and said, I will change this. It is possible. And he tells his own story. And he said he went to China and saw how it's done there and immediately brought in the Aboboyas. And look at him, one man, transform everything. Today, on his payroll, there are over 60,000 employees, one man. May you be the next Zoom Lion. And it will take a lot of doing. It will take a lot of hard work. But have a compelling vision. Have a compelling vision, a vision that goes beyond you, a vision that goes beyond your family, a vision that goes beyond today, a vision that looks at Malaysia and say, we have to become like Malaysia. We have to become like Singapore in the next 15 years. That our GDP per capita should be 11,500. And not talk about just comparing with dispensations that have gone past and coming. Let's move. That's what the youth are for. And I remember when I was watching the Kenyan situation, it took the youth of the system to bring the political order to order. They had to stop and they had to listen because the youth have the power. Africa, 40% of our population are within the youth bracket. That's where energy resides. That's where innovation resides. That's where power resides. That's where risk-taking resides. If we cannot do well for our emerging leaders, we'll have a long way to go as Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do it once again for him, please. Thank you. All right. So please, before we proceed, let me pass this on quickly. We'll have one speech. Afterwards, the presidential candidates, the reps, and some of them are in here. We'll put them in a panel discussion so that we'll get all our questions ready, and then we can ask them the questions. Right after that, then we have a student panel discussion where we have student leaders present. There are about 4 of them from universities. We'll put them together in a single discussion. So let's take notice of that. There are some dignitaries, and I'll acknowledge them. The Jama people, if you're ready, right after we're done with this speech, you take over for just some 10-minute session so that we can just stretch the body small, and then we zoom into the discussion, the panel discussion. And then on and on, we'll finish right on time. So I'm about to invite one of the pillars behind the many successes Vodec have achieved over the years. In fact, he's been our backbone, and he's been with us through the sweats and everything. And I believe when I introduce him, all of you will know him. But then, let me just do justice to his profile right now. He is a renowned Ghanaian Christian spiritual leader, an international evangelist, and an economist. And then he will preach the Worldwide Miracle Outreach with its international office in UK. A dedicated preacher and teacher of the gospel. He has authored several books, including Dangers of Offense, Count Your Blessings, and Benefits of the Anointing. His ministry extends across the globe through his tele-evangelism program, Miracle Touch, and his numerous philanthropic efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and the privilege to welcome one of the board of directors for Vodec, in the person of Dr. Lawrence Tete. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning. Or it's afternoon already. Professor Hammond, what an eloquent way of expressing yourself. You've always been my brother and my friend, but come and let me hug you. Well delivered. And you know what? You and Papa lawyer Vidiakun, you will not tempt me into going extempo. Honorable Adekoka, today is my wedding anniversary. And my wife, Barbara, said, when I come here today, I'm speaking to students. I shouldn't go extempo. It's not a preaching message. So I saw the point flying on the WhatsApp, and I said, Barbara, I promise you, I'll give only bullet points here. So please take your pen and paper and take these bullet points. And Nana Champon, I salute you. I salute all the speakers. In fact, I just even noticed that Dr. Dan Latte Jr. is also in the house. Domestication. Dr. Ebenezer Tete, good to see you. I salute all of you. I want to begin this message of mine with a story. And the story will form the basis of what I want to give to you as a bullet point. A professor had a driver. How many of you have seen a professor before? Okay, there's one here. It's called Professor Hammond. And he had a driver. How many of you have also seen a driver before? Papa lawyer, you know a driver. And one day the driver told the professor that I've been with you for 15 years. We travel around to do everything together. They give you a very big money, and you give me very small. But anything and everything I say, or you say, I can also say. The professor said, are you sure? I said, yes. He said, when you go, you tell them you went to Harvard, you went to Yale, you went to Oxford, you went to this, and then you stand and you talk. And when you finish talking, they ask you about 3, 4, 5 questions. And then when you finish answering, they give you big money. You just give me small. But I do the driving. When you are even sleeping in the car, I drive. The professor said, okay, tomorrow I'm going to preach in another place. I'm going to speak, lecture. Do you want to be the lecturer? I said, sir, I will shock you. I will say things you've stopped saying in the past 15 years. So they went to the place. And he was given the chance. The professor took his tie and gave to him. And he also, foolishly or wisely, took up his cap and gave to the professor. And then the professor went to sit at the back seat, where normally he sits. And he stood at the podium like I'm standing now, or like Brother Vidiaku or Professor Hammond did. Or like my brother Honorable Adekoka did. Eloquently spoke, and people kept clapping for him. But then when he finished, it got to question time. How many of you know the guns of that? First question, when they asked him, he has never heard that question before. So he says, is that a question you want to ask after all this eloquent lecture? Because he gave us an excellent lecture from the notes he's heard from the man for the past 15 years. Is that all you can ask? Even my driver at the back there can answer. So the driver got up and gave an eloquent answer. Wow. Second question. Oh, that was worse than the first one. Is that a question you can also ask after all this eloquent lecture? Even my driver at the back can answer. The driver got up and answered. The last question was the third question. Unfortunately, it was from the organizer himself. Professor Hammond, can you imagine the organizer herself asked the question? And the man said, you too, the organizer, you don't understand. Even my driver at the back can answer you. So the driver got up and thanked them, thanked the organizers, thanked the thing, went through all the protocols, and when he finished, as they were clapping, the organizer said, well, we brought a professor to come and give us a lecture. He could not answer one question. Rather, it was his driver who answered all the questions. So the money we have, we'll give to the driver. So why did I tell you this story? I want to give you this bullet point of mine. And based on that bullet points, when we finish and you're asking questions, you have a lot of room to ask questions. My background is economics. I studied in the Budapest University of Economic Sciences. Most people, when they say Dr. Tete, they assume everybody's a theologian. I've never been to the School of Theology before in my life. Even though I've had a chance to serve as a representative of Oral Roberts University, I've never myself studied theology before. My preaching is by calling. I studied in the Budapest University of Economic Sciences, which is one of the Ivy universities in Central Europe, and also had a privilege to come and study at the London School of Economics. And so I'm an economist and international relations aspirant by profession. But I love preaching more than what I do. In fact, I don't want to be like Professor Hammond and Lawyer Mediaku. So let's go. Leading for sustainable economic growth in a multipolar world. The role of emerging leaders in election 2024 in Ghana. And my introduction here is simple. As Peter Drucker, the renowned management expert, wisely noted, that there are no underdeveloped countries. We only have undermanaged ones. There are no what? Underdeveloped countries. We only have countries that are undermanaged. And I believe when my two younger brothers spoke earlier, they preempt a lot of things here. Many countries, including Ghana, do not necessarily lack resources, and I agree with you. Instead, they often struggle with utilizing these resources effectively. The path of sustainable economic growth lies in investing in management capabilities and fostering effective leadership, particularly among the emerging leaders. Now, what does that tell us? It tells us that we have a collective responsibility, and we, the emerging leaders, have more responsibility than anybody. So push somebody and say you have a responsibility. Regardless of your race, your creed, your color, your size, and as an emerging leader, you have a responsibility. The importance of leadership and management, and that's a key thing I said here. The histories of high-income countries like Japan, South Korea, and Singapore demonstrate the role of management excellence in economic development. I think the earlier speakers couldn't have even mentioned that better. In fact, they made my work here very easy. Please clap for the two of them. They like it, do it better for them. Your question time, they are the ones who will be answering your questions. A misguided approach of development, focusing on prestige projects with low societal impact, has failed many countries. Instead, investment in local ecosystems, including small business and local manufacturers, yield greater benefits. Professor Hammond just gave you instances of Dangote and Siawa Japan. Siawa Japan is not an academic. I don't think what I can write And what Brother Bediako can write, and what Professor Hammond can write, he can write it. I don't think so. I know in most cases you have written his speeches for him. And congratulations for those things. There was one, though, my wife proofread it for him. Leaders that recognizes and directs capital where it can have a broader societal impact will drive long-term economic growth. And yes, political system and economic growth has a place. Professor, according to a man by the name Darren Esmonglo, he was at MIT. He says political equality is key to underpinning economic prosperity. And I agree with him. Countries with inclusive political system that promote political and prosperity rights, enforce laws, and provide infrastructures, experiences, sustained economic growth. It means we have a lot to do here as a nation in Ghana. I believe my father will be happy now that I'm going by my notes. In contrast, countries with extractive political systems, where power is concentrated in a small elite, tend to experience short-term growth or no growth at all. And you will agree with me that in the system we live in here in Ghana, winner takes all. What did I say? Winner takes all. The role of innovation is very important. Sustained innovation depends on the ability to embrace change, even when it threatens existing political or economic privileges. Very important. Change is very crucial. Trust me. In countries where elites resist change due to fear of losing power, human capital development suffers, ultimately leading to stagnation. And I think I will not be missing words at all if we all can agree here that that is what we are going through now as a nation. Unfortunately for us, Lawyer Bediako and Professor Hammond, when you speak your mind in Ghana, you are put in a political box. It's very sad. And that's, I send that message through you, Honorable Adekoka, who is a politician. You people should stop putting us in political boxes. The academics and the clergy and the former member of the estate, we must have the right to speak our mind. To avoid this, Ghana must prioritize. And I believe that one of the biggest challenges we have in Ghana is that we don't prioritize. Our priorities are misplaced. Look at the amount of money we spend on cars and VATs. And ask ourselves how many incubators we have in our hospitals. How many hospital equipment we have in our hospitals. And yet still, one minister or one person can have many cars and spend money, national money, on fuel. And yet some people are dying. It is very important that we prioritize. And by investing in education, promoting entrepreneurship, and fostering industries with high value such as advanced manufacturing and technology. There's so much we have that can help us build. And hear me, when I listen to Adekoka, and I listen to Bediakun, and I listen to Hammond, I dare say the shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. And I use you as point of contact to say shame to all our elites. I was watching Brony Bediakun. Look, you stood here. I loved you. I fell in love with you. I listened to Adekoka. When I came first, I was standing at the top there. Powerful. We just listened to Daniel Asumani. Powerful. And look at the way Professor Hammond even corrected his name. The wisdom, without embarrassing this MC. Seriously, clap for him. I was impressed. Now, if we have all these abilities and we are still hungry, then shame on all of us, except me. Excluding me. So I want to give you some keys. In fact, it was these keys my wife read through this morning on my WhatsApp, and she felt I should take my time to take it through. So I'm going to do some 5 keys. Key strategies for emerging leaders. Number 1, let us invest in education. Not just educating others, but also educate ourselves. Professor, you agree with me that these emerging leaders we have now, they don't read. I sit on panel to interview students who are going to do master's degree, and they don't know the minister in charge of the subject they are going to read. How silly. Without missing words. How stupid. Without missing words. How foolish. That you don't know that you are going to read economics, and with all the things you don't know the minister of economics. You are going to read medicine, and you don't know who the minister of health is. I'm sorry for you. It means you must recheck yourself again. So, I say number 1, invest in education. Education is the foundation for a skilled labor force that can adapt a new industries and technologies. Invest. Now tell me, Adekoka, Nana Champon, Daniel Asumene, Brony Bediakun, Professor Hammond, but for education, or Lawrence said that, but for education, do you think we'll be seated here? No. So if you want to emerge to become what we are today, you must read. You didn't clap for me because you don't like that. Number 2, encourage innovation and entrepreneurship. Leaders must create an environment that supports risk-taking and new ideas. He told you about how Zoom Lion, Joseph Sian Japon, didn't go to any university. He went to a technical school. But today, professors like him and academics like me all follow him. It means if you build yourself well and you take that risk of investing, you have a future that can be acknowledged. Number 3, promote high-value industries by investing in sectors like technology and advanced manufacturing. Ghana can position itself for a long-term success if only we can invest. And trust me, it must begin from you and I. It must begin with you and I. It must begin for you and I. Number 4, institutional reforms. Reducing corruption and improving governance are essential for building trust and entrusting. Something that will be attracting foreign investment. And let me also pause to say here that sometimes even what we say and how we say it matters a lot. That is why we don't have to undermine people's hard-won reputation, because we live in a global village now. And anything that drops here today, anything that drops here, you don't need to have the cameras here. Everything is being recorded. Whatever we are saying now is going viral. It's going worldwide. Let's be mindful. Number 5, embrace global trade. A global trade. Emerging leaders must recognize the importance of integrating Ghana into the global economy while maintaining the flexibility to adapt to changing conditions. Don't be too stiff. Don't be too stiff. Be flexible. Let's learn the good things from other people. One bad attitude with Ghanaians is that we learn only the bad cultures. I know bribery, we pick it from the white man. Bad people. It's the white man that taught us bribery, corruption. They came to give our older people mirrors, and they took gold away. And when you see yourself in a mirror, you go and carry more people. In fact, slavery even started with bribery. So, in saying that, let us look at the mistakes of the past. The old Washington Consensus, which promotes policies of liberalization, deregulations, and deindustrializations, low and middle income countries contributed to premature deindustrialization. Trust me, I recoined this thing. And when it comes to question time, those of you who don't really understand this, just ask me a question, I'll explain that to you. Countries like Ghana experience intense competition for global manufacturing demands, but lacks the public infrastructure and governance needed to capitalize on foreign investment and technological advancement. Emerging leaders in Ghana must avoid the mistake of the past and focus on creating a fundamental condition, such as a strong institution and human capital development that will allow Ghana to thrive in the global economy. Professor, I picked a few things about lessons from the Asian tigers. And I suspect some of you came to my house this morning to watch my notes. I even suspect Daniel Moore. Did you come to my house early this morning when I was putting these notes together? Because almost everything I had in mind, you had them. It means we are thinking alike. It means we all know the solution. What are the lessons? The economic success of countries like South Korea and Singapore were not due to natural resources. No. I've been to South Korea countless times. In fact, I was made a UN ambassador in South Korea from the Peace Council. I was made a peace ambassador in South Korea, Seoul. And I've been to Singapore several times. In fact, the first time I ate a butterfly was in Singapore. And the first time I ate frog was in Korea. My God, I've eaten things, man. But the economic success of countries such as South Korea, and Singapore were not due to the natural resources, but rather visionary leadership. The problem of Ghana is that we don't have visionary leaders. I'm sorry, but we don't. I'm sorry that all the political leaders in the Fourth Republic, I can say I relate to all of them well, but I'm sorry, we don't have visionary leaders. We don't have visionary leadership. That united politicians, bureaucrats, and entrepreneurs with a shared goal of economic prosperity We need to come together in a massive united front to build this nation. We need to come together and where? In a massive united front to build this nation. In 1960, Professor, many would have predicted that countries like Sierra Leone and Ghana and maybe Nigeria or even Liberia would outperform Singapore due to the abundance of natural resources. However, Singapore's leadership and strategic management propelled it from third world to first world status within 2 generations. Ghana has supported Singapore before. Ghana has supported Malaysia before. In fact, you said it. So what went wrong? What is the cause of where we are today? That even we don't even have a natural cohesion. We don't have a succession plan. We cannot even sing moral song. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. Your nation requires your devotion. So let's all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. We are all involved. We are all. You see, you can't sing involved. We are all, because your father is guilty, your mother is guilty, your auntie is guilty, your uncle is guilty. I say, we are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building our motherland. We are not patriotic. If anybody had put a bet that Ghana would be better than Singapore, or Singapore would have been better, would be better than Ghana, we all know what the results would have been. So the key takeaway here today, for the youth of Ghana and those of you here, I am in my 60s now, so I'm on the 6th floor. I'm closer to my death than you are. The key takeaway for Ghana's youth is that the difference is outcome, and its outcome lies not in geography or resources, but in the quality of leadership. Good leadership, good governance that prioritizes long-term national goals over short-term political gains can change the trajectory of an entire nation. And Prof. and Papa Lawyer, I don't think it's late at all. Honorable Adekoka, it's not late at all. Nana Berma Achampon, it's not late at all. And my son, Daniel Somini, is certainly not late at all. We just have to wake up from our dreams, wake up from our sleep. We are sleeping on the job. We must wake up from sleeping. Let me conclude. As we approach election 2024, Ghana's emerging leaders have a vital role to play in shaping the country's future. Let us for once vote on values. You didn't hear what I said. I say let us for once vote on values and not for t-shirts and cutlass. You didn't hear what I said. I said let us for once vote on what? And not for t-shirts and matches. We've become too cheap. And because of that, the politicians don't respect the electorates. The last time I saw a politician bluffing, I look at my thumb like this, and I say, why are you not looking at us? Oh, my friend, my thumb will determine your fate. You don't seem to know that. Leadership is not about holding power, but about serving the people. Unfortunately, Professor, Honorable, Ohini, and Papa Lawyer, we are not serving our people. Our leaders are not serving us. They are serving their mother, their father, their son, their daughter. And it is the whole, and it's meaning you feel, what are you people doing? What are you people doing? Leadership is certainly not about holding power, but about serving the people and making decisions that benefit all. Nepotism, cronism, bootlicking, family gathering. Shame on all of you. I say shame on all of you. By fostering inclusive governance, encouraging innovation, and promoting good management practices, Ghana can escape the cycle of underdevelopment and emerge as a strong player in the multipolar world. This particular piece was written by my wife. And Barbara, thank you. I thought when she sent me this one on my WhatsApp, I thought, Barbara, thank you. Barbara, if I have the chance to marry, I'll marry you again. You could even clap for me. I'm playing love from here. That is also part of the innovation, so the home will be at rest. Remember, the future of our nation rests on your hands. Lead with vision. Lead with integrity. Lead with respect. Lead with humility. Hey, Professor, one of the things that is lost in Ghana is this subject called humility. And I dare say that the reason why our politicians are not succeeding is that they are not humble. Across board, they are not humble at all. They are doing yes and massa when they are looking for the vote. When they get the vote, they are not humble at all. And this is not a religious platform, but I dare say that God has left certain people. When Solomon finished the temple, and went to God that I finished the temple my father couldn't finish. God spoke to him in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14, that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked way, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sins, and heal the land. We have left God. That is why God too has left us. Now we are playing chaskale with God. Decide who God is and what God does and what God doesn't do and what we think God would do. If you Ghana can escape the cycle of underdevelopment and emerge as a strong player in the multipolar world. Remember, the future of our nation rests on our hands. Lead with vision, like I said. Lead with integrity. Lead with humility. Lead with selflessness and a commitment of sustainable growth. And Ghana will rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of the global economy. And hear me, God bless you.
Let's keep clapping for Dr. Lawrence Tete. Shall we please resume our seats, please, honorably? Thank you. Let me acknowledge the presence of some other dignitaries who just joined us. We have in our midst Dr. Dan Latte, leader and flag bearer of GCPP. A round of applause for him, please. He's here. And then also we have Dr. Ebenezer Tete, who is special advisor to GCPP on economics and security. A round of applause for him, please. Then representing, oh, nice one. Can you please, oh, okay, a round of applause for him. That is Dr. Lawrence's direct brother, biological brother, yeah. Oh, that's good. Pleased to know. And we also have Mr. Courage Kwesi Nobi, who is a Ghanaian educator and a political activist representing Movement for Change, Afafranto. He's here. A round of applause for him, please. So we are going to have a very interactive panel discussion. We now have GCPP and then Movement for Change on one platform. So get your questions ready. The Jama people, you have just 7 minutes. If you know you can't be controlled, don't start. I beg. You have just 7 minutes. Right after that, we'll just have Mr. Daniel. I understand the signal you're giving me. We'll do it just like that, please. So the Jama people will take over 7 minutes. And please, the choice of songs, know the place you are. The choice of songs, please. Hello, hello. Jama people. Can you please hold on for a moment, please? Please, we are about to have the panel discussion. If you are outside, kindly resume to your seat and let's have it, please. Yes, thank you very much.
So without further ado or wasting time, I will just call them here. I will call Courage Kwesi Nobi. He's the rep for Honorable Alan Tremartin. Please come. A round of applause for Courage. And then we have our own domestication commandeer here. Domestication man is here, Mr. Daniel Latte Jr. So, Dan, if I'm allowed to call you that, we don't really hear of you in Ghana. We only hear or see you when elections are approaching. Is this your approach to national development? Do you want to just stay quiet, just observe, and then when election comes, like, oh, this is my cocoa season, you just show your face? Why now? Why are we seeing you? It's been so long. Why now?
Right. Before I say anything, look, I want you guys to be up, be energized, be energized. The youth, I'm here for you, be energized. Come on, let me see you. Get up, let me see you. Be energized, yeah? We're here for you. We're here for you. Okay, we're going to get you jobs. Come on, be energized. Are you okay? I want to hear you shouting, be energized. Come on, give me something to talk about.
Be energized.
Come on.
Let's get the vibe going.
Yeah. So domestication, yes. Let me hear you. We're here to get jobs for you. Right, we're ready.
So now we are energized.
Now we're energized.
We are. So why now? Why so many years? It's been 8 years. We didn't hear from you. No domestication message. All of a sudden, 2024, getting close to the final quarter, we see domestication man. Why? Why now?
Now I think now you're meeting the real domestication.
Right.
My father was, domestication of the inception was my father's. Now, I've been in this country for about 7 years now. And what I've seen, if I sit back and I keep quiet, farming, which is our concept, will diminish. Without farming, we have to eat what we grow and grow what we eat. Currently, everyone is hungry in this country. There's not enough food going around. It's because farming has been neglected. And me coming in as the flag bearer and the leader, I'm going to energize it.
Sir, I mean, we should see you. We should engage with you.
Yeah.
We should see, you saying something or you being a part of us. We don't see you. Number one, most people are just seeing you for the first time. Someone will say, who is this guy? We don't know you.
Yeah.
All of a sudden on the ballot box number 8, or what's your number 5?
I'm number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah.
He's a number 2. All of a sudden, on 7th December, we see number 2, and then we are like, who is this guy? Who is this person?
Right. Now, I became the leader and the flag bearer for the GCPP on Thursday. The Congress inaugurated me. Prior to that, my brother was the flag bearer, but due to ill health, he cannot be part of it. And the energy I have, and the spirit in me, and the Ghanaian in me, and wanting to make this country a better place for all, generous for all, enjoy this country as it is, there's no way I'm not going to throw my hat in the cap. I am in, and we are in to change Ghana.
Yes, and that's number 2 on the ballot box.
Yes, we are number
Fantastic. Now, movement for change. The first time I heard about movement for change, I'm like, wow, that's a great caption. Of course, we need a new movement. We need a change to champion, the causes of our development. And the name was catchy. We saw billboards with butterflies all over and a yellow caption and all that. Very catchy. But when it comes to policy-wise, or policies that will actually change the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian or change the mind of emerging leaders like ourselves right now, what is it? We don't really know of the policies that would change the lives of the youth. So, movement for change, and then the vision for the youth. What is it? What's the vision for the youth?
Thank you very much, Akosia, and please pardon my voice. Greetings to all the young people here, just like myself, and salute to all our elders present, from Nana to Reverend Doctor to Honorable to Chairman, everybody, all protocol duly observed. The movement for change is an opportunity for Ghana to finally have a meaningful third force. So what are we about? Our first objective. Thank you. Our first objective is to challenge the duopoly. For the past 32 years of our fourth republic, it's been 16 years apiece now between the NDC and the NPP. What has been the result? NDC lands us in IMF, in HIPIC, in unsustainable debts, in high inflation, and all the headlines. And not forgetting the big elephant in the room, corruption. NPP also leads us to save. What we've had has been petty interventionist government that's not yielded the transformation that we desire as a people. So when we are able to give Ghanaians that option to put the two out, what will Movement for Change do with the power? The first thing is to form a government of national unity. Our politics has been overly too polarizing. Dr. Lawrence Tete was talking about it. You speak positively about a party, you are characterized with them. You speak negatively, they come attacking you. So we want to form a government of national unity. Achieving that would mean creating a second chamber of parliament whilst doing away with the Council of State. What would this second chamber do? It would include people who are not represented in our governance structure, such as the clergy, our traditional authorities, student unions, trades unions, and all the various sectors of our society that need to have a seat at the governance table. This second chamber will have powers over the president. Presently, what we have, the president is the most powerful person in this country. His powers are literally unchecked. So what Alan Chamartin is saying is that we need another body, representative of Ghanaians, that has a check on the president. When that has been achieved, we now put together a national development plan, long-term national development plan. When I was young, we heard of Vision 2020. When President Kufuor came, he said, oh, 2020 is too far. We needed MDGs 2015. It came to pass. Then the last NDC government did agenda, I think 2040, 40-year development plan, right? When the NPP came again, Osafo Mafo, who was senior minister, Honorable said that, oh, 40 years is too long. We need just 10 years. And here we are today, our water bodies, everything been destroyed because there is no plan guiding our development. But the reason why these two plans have suffered is because the formulation has not been national in character. It has not been. So when you have a government of national unity, that government now institute a national development plan. And this time around, it will have the character that is needed.
Courage. During the last election campaign, yes, we heard numerous juicy campaign promises, like you're saying right now. We are going to be a unifier, we are going to ensure jobs, we are going to do this and that. Aren't we fed up, with these promises? Moving on from what you're saying, how can we trust? So because there are no checks, it's like you just say it and that's it. How can we ensure, where is the trust that, okay, so there's a new movement for change. When they come, they are going to do exactly what is there. Awesome. What is the checkpoint here?
The only way you can trust a person is his track record. So when the person was assemblyman, how did he conduct himself? When he became member of parliament, how did he conduct himself? When he became minister, when he became ambassador? What Alan Chamartin presents is well over 40 years in frontline politics without any act of corruption.
Well, I would also correct you that when he became a minister, he was a quiet minister.
Of course, because he's always focused on action, on getting the job done. So whether as ambassador to the United States, where he got as the MDGs, that's responsible for the Millennium Development Account for the N1, when he got Talo to come in here, how we found oil and all of that is because he was focused on doing rather than talking. When he became Minister for Trade and PSI, under him, we saw 4 major sectors that hitherto we did not have industries about: cassava, salt, oil palm, and textiles developed. He introduced National Friday Wear as an entry strategy. Today, even on Mondays, we proudly wear our Ghanaian attire. Subsequently, he started rural industrialization because until people have jobs, they will move to the city center. So let's take the jobs to them. The government lost power. When he came back, he contributed us as one district, one factory. What did he achieve within the 6 years before leaving office? In the 6 years, he initiated 294 one district, one factory projects 126
On
of which were
paper. On
no,
paper.
no, no, not on
paper.
paper. Not on paper. No, not
That's
on paper. No, this.
Parish, that's on paper.
No.
Give me 10.
Akosia, just
10.
no. In order that we do not banter. Anybody here can just go online, 1d1f.org, and you would be able to certify that as at the time he was leaving office, 126 were operational. We had created 160,000 jobs. Scratch that. For the first time, by the use of policy, which is the most important tool for government, he was able to trap 5 out of the 6 global automobile brands who are assembling cars right here in Ghana today, namely VW, Toyota, Nissan, Kia, as well as the last one. All of whom are here assembling vehicles. In fact, this is the first of its kind in the world, that 5 out of the 6, guess what? Government of Ghana didn't have to spend a dime. When he prepared the right policy, private sector came to take advantage of it. So what Alan Chamartin is saying is that he's got the competence to write the right policies that will industrialize Ghana and create jobs for young people to be employed.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Nobi. Sir, Dan,
Yeah.
so you just said that domestication was your brother and your father.
Yeah, that's the brand, yeah.
What are we going to see you do? Granted, 7 December, Ghana say, yes, we are giving you the nod.
Right now,
What are we looking out for from you?
Right now, before I say that, I think Ghana politics must change. We keep blaming this party, that party, the front party, the back party. Terribly not acceptable these days. We have to help the youth. Talking about what's happened and it doesn't feed the youth. It doesn't feed the country. Let's all hold hands. Let's all let's all come together. Let's get the farming on. Without farming, you can't develop. You can have Toyota here. You can have Rolls Royce over there. But you're hungry. How are you going to drive them? So the bottom line with the GCPP, and it's my father's called, domestication is grow what you eat and eat what you grow. Let's do that. And when we do that, we will have better interest rates. When we do that, we will have money to buy these Toyotas and these Rolls Royces. But as at now, we can't buy a dime because we are so hungry. The youth are not happy. The youth are furious. And you know what? It's the youth who makes the country. It's the youth who's going to make the country, not us sitting here. It's the youth. You know what? When I was growing up, my father said to me, you are the youth and you come and rule the country. I was laughing. But now I can see what he was saying. That man has a vision. And his vision for Ghana is grow what you eat and eat what you grow. And that is the bottom line.
We don't know how to do it. These are words you've said over the years. Your
Yes.
father said it, your brother said it, you're saying it. We didn't see any results with that. Again, give us the exact policy. You're talking about agriculture, great sector.
Yeah.
Agriculture is a food basket of every economy. That's fantastic. Let's have the steps. When I come in, I'm doing X. So if it's grow what you eat, are you giving us the seeds? Are we doing education? What is it?
No, when I get into
agric, is it just agric that you're interested in? What about other sectors?
Yeah, but without agric, you can't do anything. Without agriculture, you tell me if anyone here believes that without agriculture we can move forward. We cannot. It would be a total illusion. Agriculture means everything. Farming predominantly is where we grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Without that, I tell you, we cannot go forward. We cannot do anything. And if you want me to tell you, I know a bit of farming because I went to a boarding school at a brewery when I was about 6 years old. I went to Amanfu, a brewery boys. Because your father can't whip you, he takes you to those places for you to be whipped and trained. And, as I was about 6 years old, but we all had little farms. We all had a small plantation. One is doing tomato, one is doing onions, and that is the system.
What happens if I'm sick? Do I go to my farm and then get some herbs and get healed? What if I need to go to school? Do I go to the plant and start learning botanical names again? Agriculture alone can sustain our economy. So if this is the message, then I don't know.
No, because seriously, there are two critical elements that we have to look at. It's agriculture and technology. And we are bringing both. We are bringing both. My manifesto will be out this week. So I expect everyone, and I implore everyone to have a look at our manifesto, read it, and understand it, and come and be with us, because we want to change Ghana. This old narrative of this party came and there's corruption, there's corruption in Europe, there's corruption in the UK, there's corruption in Germany.
So
why always keep saying corruption in Ghana, corruption in Africa? You know, we're being tamed and contaminated.
Sir, you never have any policy on corruption. How are we going to tackle corruption?
We're not going to even say anything about corruption. That we have to feed ourselves. If you can't feed yourselves, how can you be corrupt?
I see.
Do you agree with me? You got to feed ourselves. Without feeding, we cannot get anywhere. That's why domestic is come to stay. Eat what you grow and grow what you eat. We are with you. Yes.
All right.
And that's the message.
Right. For us as the movement for change, our focus is on the how. So manifestos usually have the what. And I believe we all know the what, but how? So we have the Great Transformational Plan, and one of the key highlights is the National Agricultural Revolution. How are we going to do that? Subsistence agriculture is not the solution. So we need to go to commercialize agriculture. There are 9 river basins in Ghana. So based on those river basins, the government is going to go ahead, acquire large tracts of land, develop them into what we call agro parks. On the agro parks, we'll have mechanical services, management services, agri-extension services, and irrigation. We now give private sector the opportunity to come in. So Akosia comes in and says, I want 50 acres to farm tomatoes. The government gives you the 50 acres, so you don't have to deal with 5, 6, 7 chiefs to get that land. So land tenure is secured. When Akosia gets that land, the government now gives you all the added services for you to be able to produce. That is one model. But mostly, the young people don't have capital. So what the government, Alan Chamatin, is saying is that we form cooperatives for the young people. So 20 young people can say, we want to go into commercial agriculture. We've come together. We've registered a business. The government will give them all the base input to have a 200-acre farm. Now, all 20 of them now become shareholders. So with that distributed shareholding right, they've already started their business with the government capitalizing them. And then for the first 5 years, as a business, they will not pay tax. It will be tax-free for them to operate for 5 years so that they can be firm. When their feet are solid on ground, then they can begin to pay direct tax. And that is why we talk about scrapping indirect tax.
If I get you free land, free everything, then you pay taxes after 5 years.
After 5 years.
Is that a good policy? I see.
But put that aside, all right? There are big institutions in Ghana, like the Church of Pentecost, like the schools. What the government, Alan Tamatini, is saying is that we must now ask them to go into incentivized farming. So the Church of Pentecost has presence across the entire country. If in every district, Church of Pentecost has 100-acre farm alone, you can imagine the impact of that. 100 acres times 160 districts. Because they have the personnel, they have the money, they have all that it takes to go into it. I'm sure there are young people at the various universities who are being sponsored by the church. The church can fall on them as technical know-how to be able to do some of this. So these are the practical things. Schools also will be empowered to go into. So practically, this is how we are going to do it. But one key thing, Alan Martin is going to set up what we call the Traders Bank. When we had independence, President Nkrumah formed the Agri Development Bank, focused financing for agriculture, because without the money, what you have is smallholder farms. So with the Traders Bank, every young person who has entrepreneurial nudge and decides to go into business, he's going to be able to lend, to borrow at less than 10%. Current commercial rate is about 32%. Nobody can do business sustainably with that. But for young persons, what you want to go and borrow at the Traders Bank, you borrow at less than 10%. And for the first 5 years, again, tax-free. If you need to import machinery, duty-free. So that when you form the business, you start the business, and you employ 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people. Those people who are employed now pay direct tax. Then government revenue will go up. This is what our land is promising.
It looks juicy. It sounds juicy. Implementation, I don't know if that can be achieved, but I'll come back to you. Let's go to our friend Dan.
Yeah.
Corruption.
Yeah.
You can't tell us you want, Agric is going to solve everything. At least you should have a policy. You should have thought about the policy in corruption. What is it?
Yeah, but I mean, Agric is one of our policies. Technology is one of our policies. And like I keep saying to you, I mean, agriculture is the backbone of the economy. I mean, you know, and I know that. And I mean, we have neglected, we have neglected this side for a very, very long time.
Right.
And I think we have to revisit agriculture, revisit farming. I mean, I know Alan Tremartin very well. I know Ibrahim Mahama very well. I know John Mahama. I know, Bediako, I know all of them. All we are saying is we all love Ghana. Let's hold our hands. Let's build this country for the good, for the better. And that's it. And we should stop pointing fingers that this is happening. If we come together, we will build a better Ghana.
Right.
If we come together, we will fix this country. That's my goal. To fix Ghana is my aim. To make Ghana work again. Ghana must work again. Now let me tell you something. Now the reason I know what I'm saying is when my father was head of government business, was the first time in Ghana's history that Ghana exported maize. Can you believe it? And that was in the 70s, when we're like kids. So if that man can do it, if Nkrumah can do it, I can do it, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. We can all do it. We can all do it. If you want to do it, let me see your hands. We can all do it. We can all do it.
So,
domestication. A better piece. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So we are going to actually do a NELEF election right now based on the analysis here. We've heard from both sides. Hello? So we are having our own election right now. Oh yes, we are doing that.
Number two.
We are having...
Number two. There's a new leader. There's a new Ghana. And the new Ghana is being led by Dr. Dan Latte Jr.
Thank you. Thank you. So based on what we've heard, would we go in for an Afafranto government? Let's see by hands. Hey. Are we going in for a domestication government?
Yes. A better piece. We are good. The youth, I am with you. I am with the youth. We will farm. We will make money. We will buy the best. You deserve the best. You are the best. Ghanaian youth, you are the best. A better piece.
Right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for ourselves. Thank you for this vote. And according to today's polls, domestication will become the president. Anyway, we'll take our final round of questions and then we'll open the floor. Job creation. NDC rep said they're going to create about 300,000 jobs for the youth. 300,000 jobs for the youth. Afro-Frantor government or movement for change, job creation. How many jobs are you creating, number one? In which sectors are these jobs going to come from?
All right, thank you very much.
Youth-centered jobs.
Youth-centered jobs. So already we've developed a platform that will launch before the elections that is aimed at creating 3 million plus jobs in 2 years. 3 million plus. And how is that possible? I saw some of our young friends who are in the high school now. To check your BP, you don't need a degree to do that. Basic medical checkups. We have many of our mothers and our grandmothers who commute to the hospital just to go and check their blood pressure and others. What we are saying is that we're going to develop about 100,000 booths, what we call health booths. You pick a high school graduate, train her within 1 month, and she can do all of that checks at the community level, and she's employed. So that alone is creating about 100,000 jobs for the young people.
How many booths are we looking at?
Look, we're starting about 100,000. You know, it can increase as we go on. That is one side. The second aspect is when it comes to young people need jobs. Do they have the capacities? Yes. But if we bring in an investor, how would the investor know that courage exists and courage has the right credentials or capacity to be employed? So we have the digital platform where every young person can go on there and fill out with his or her expertise.
Hold on. Hi. Listen, we are here for you. We are here for you. And we would like us to, hi everybody. Yes, we are all excited, but what they are saying is equally important. Let's just give them our attention and ask questions afterwards. Thank you. Please go on.
So when we bring in an investor, we need to know where the employees are. So on that platform, with different categories, every young Ghanaian can go on there and put their credentials on. So it is a first pool for employment for every employer. And the government is going to run that system. So
this will happen when? Is it 3 months when you come into power?
We'll launch the platform even before the elections.
I see.
Again, all these policies, Alan Chematin will present the budgets before the elections. Because what we have is a plan. It's not a manifesto which is just a list of promises. That's why, if you can tell, it is practical, steps by step, what we'll be doing to be able to create jobs for young people. Finally, you cannot develop any country without dealing with corruption. You can't develop. It doesn't exist anywhere. So concerning corruption.
I disagree. I disagree.
Let him land.
I disagree.
Well, when I'm done,
I disagree.
Sir,
I
let
disagree.
him land. Let him land. Please go on.
Just in the year 2022 alone, government of Ghana lost $1 billion to corruption. In today's terms, that is 17 billion Ghana cedis. If you are losing that much to corruption, it means that that money is not going into the productive sectors, it's going to people's pockets. You cannot develop. What Alan Chematin will do will be to unify all legal provisions on corruption, to have that one individual with a responsibility for fighting corruption at the institutional change level. But he, as an individual, has never been corrupt, is not corrupt, and will never be corrupt. That he has assured. And so it is by his example that he will make sure that there are no corrupt persons in his government. The only way you can stop corruption is that you are not corrupt. 2, you don't allow your family members to practice corruption. And 3, you do not allow your family and friends to participate. That is his promise to deal with corruption by being an example. And that is why the 6th objective of the movement is behavioral and attitudinal change.
Right.
He's ready to champion that, to make sure that we build a thriving society.
Thank you. So you disagree. We'll take that and then we'll come to the question.
Sorry, can I come to this corruption, please? Who determines corruption? Who determines corruption? What is corruption? Please, let's stop talking about corruption. Let's stop saying this is corrupt. You know, it's totally irrelevant.
But it's a reality.
Europe is corrupt. Europe is so corrupt, but we love them.
Right.
Let's farm, please. Let's grow what we eat and eat what we grow.
All right.
That is
Thank
why
you
I am
very
here.
much.
I am not here to talk about corruption. I'm not here to worry the youth. I'm here to say to the youth, let's work, let's farm, grow what you eat and eat what you grow. I am bringing finance for the farmers. We are bringing technology to the farmers. Right. We have got our investors in Ghana already. We are not waiting for tomorrow. The guys are here. My Ukrainians are here. My Polish guys are here. The Americans are here. Why talk about corruption? Let's farm, eat what you grow and grow what you eat. Stop this corruption. Let's all come together as Ghanaians for once. We are all Ghanaians. We love this country. Why can't we sort our differences out and be happy? Let's rule ourselves and stop about this corruption. We are Ghanaians. The best policy. And it's always been the best policy. And you all know it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Wow. He's a youthful president. The president with energy.
With a lot of energy.
Right, so we'll take 3 questions from our student reps.
Yeah.
If we have our SRC presidents here, they will ask questions on our behalf for the sake of time. So if they can come forward and ask these questions.
So, a quick one. The student leaders who are supposed to have the panel discussion, if you have them here, kindly come. We want to allow you a chance to ask the questions. We are not going to do the panel discussion. So please, the student leaders who were supposed to do the panel discussion, kindly proceed, come, and then you can ask the questions if they are here. 1. Can I have 2 more? The student leaders, yeah. That's all
SRC
of you, right?
could be any of the student reps here.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So we want to take all the questions all at once and then they can answer. I don't know if that works.
We can do it 2-2
All
so
right,
that it
sure.
won't be. So you mention your name, where you're
old.
coming from, and then you ask your question.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Selima Tajejom Salifu, an advocate for child labor, an entrepreneur of Celebrated Kitchen and Fish Hub, also a child care practitioner. I have about 4 questions here.
We'll just take 1. For the sake of time, 1.
Short, not lengthy.
1.
Not lengthy.
We are listening, but 1. Thank you.
Okay. So if our leaders are telling us that we are the future leaders and they abandon the little ones along the shore, sometimes it baffles me when I take time out of my busy schedules, visit the village, because I'm from Kwando Toko. You see children along the shore. Meanwhile, their friends are in the classrooms. One day, I need to do videos. You see somebody, because the parents passed away, they are taking that person for fishing. Last time, Lucky Agbavo and I took the risk. We were sponsored with some NGOs. We traveled all the way to South Africa on elimination of child labor. And I think some presidents and appointees also attended that movement. But when we came back, we didn't see anything. Nothing changed. It's still the same.
So the question is, let's go straight to the
question. So what are we doing to our future leaders? If you come, you say we should farm. eat what we grow. And sometimes, even you and I sitting here, what was the last time we purchased water-made rice or made in Ghana rice? It's always the perfume rice.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's the next person take this. Thank you.
All right.
Can we observe some silence in the auditorium?
Okay.
Shall we observe silence in the auditorium respectfully, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Prince Kusi, and I am from Adan College of Education, reading mathematics and science, one of the executives. Please, what I want to ask my fathers is so simple. You could see that when it comes to power, there is time for you to build your offices in constituency, and this can take about a year or 2 years. So I am thinking that, can you give the opportunity to, let's say, a church of Pentecost, because they have already established their churches in all districts, to, implement your ideas? Because giving power to you, you are now going to the various areas to waste money and those stuff. Then why can't we use this idea to support the churches so that we grow what we eat what we grow? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next question.
We are keeping the questions brief, please.
Akosia, can I answer that?
We are just taking everything together and then we'll answer. Thanks.
All right. A very good afternoon to you and listeners. My name is Emmanuel Usamponsa from the University of Ghana. My question is very simple, but I'll be very grateful if you listen with rapt attention. We've been talking about Pan-Africanism. The likes of Nkrumah Gravi and the likes of the other people wrote and spoke a lot about disablement and disability of Ghana and the African continent. They preach about unification in economics, culture, spirituality, and collective consciousness of the African people. Now to my question, why is Africa still not united as one over 70 years of preaching Pan-Africanism? Can we associate that to leadership or diversity of peoples and culture?
Right.
I don't know if you got my question right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we take more questions, or you want them to answer?
Let them take this and then.
Okay.
So would you like to start?
All right. Thank you very much. Insightful questions. For want of time, I'll go very direct and try and respond to all three. The first one is child labor elimination. The 1992 Constitution makes it an offense for any child of school-going age to be out of school in the first place. The only reason why you have children on the streets, at the shores, and in the farms, when they're supposed to be in class, is poor implementation. What our land commits to is to give full implementation to that so that those destinies can thrive. That is one. Two, from my brother who asked the question, so if you remember from my earlier submission, what we want to do is to partner with the Ghanaian, whether it's the church, the mosque, or even the educational institutions, to implement government policy. That's why I spoke about agriculture. But there are certainly other sectors that would have to be run by the central government. For those ones, we bring stronger leadership. For efficiency, we'll do that. Then last but not least, my friend from Legon. What Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the founding leaders led us to was political independence. After that, we're supposed to fight for economic independence. That is what has not yet happened. But that one cannot be achieved at the governmental level. You must first connect the people of Africa so that when they start trading among themselves and connecting amongst themselves, the government would come in to formalize it. And that is why Alan Chemartin mooted and championed the idea for continental free trade. The reason why we have AFTA, which is headquartered in Ghana. So already, even before becoming president, he's shown commitment and he's driving that connection. Once Ghanaians can move freely to trade in Togo and back, move freely, trade in Nigeria and back, and the likes, without the artificial borders, which is the next stage of the continental free trade, then you can be rest assured that without the heavy governmental instruments and all of that, we will already be connected amongst ourselves. And what the government will do will just to rectify it in law. But we've already seen progress that some countries, Kenya recently did it, where it's visa-free entry for all Africans, all people of African descent. So that process is ongoing. But trade is the number one way to facilitate that. Europe did it, and now they are very connected. And what that does is it brings business opportunity for young people especially. So you can be here, be a small business, have a staff of about 20, and be exporting to South Africa, Nigeria, Tanzania, and the likes, because there is AFTA. If anybody wants to know more about AFTA, our campaign office has a special unit that deals with that, because we find it as very, very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I would like to keep it simple. I don't like to confuse anyone. I agree. I agree with you very much on the interaction and Ghana. Having the free movement everywhere. But as much as I love you guys, as much as I love the thing, charity begins at home. If you haven't fixed your home, you cannot thrive. So let's fix our Ghana first, and then we look at other parts of Africa. But if Ghana is sick, how can we go and join the rest of Africa? So it's a good thing to have, and it's good to talk about all of these things. But without fixing our own home, it's very difficult.
Which is by doing what? Agri, farming.
Yes, and we are 100% grow what you eat and eat what you grow, and from the back of that, all other things will follow.
Right. We'll take the last set of questions, and then we'll end the session.
Thank you very much. So my question is to the two of you. But first of all, I would like to address to Honorable Latte Jr. You spoke about growing what you eat and then eating what we grow. So if you are saying that we should grow what we eat and then eat what we grow, after we've satisfied our belly, are you saying that we should still be corrupt? That I'm hungry, but I still have a nation that does not have money to develop the country in terms of infrastructure, economic-wise and whatever. And then to the Afran talk guy, the representative. Honorable Alan Chairman's representative. He spoke about creating of jobs, and he gave an example that, for example, when it comes to basic medical checkups, you are going to establish, you give a rough example of about 100,000 health booths, that your main focus will be on the SHS graduates. With this, are you saying that you are limiting the SHS graduates to only like that job area? And then to this, it means you are creating what the job creation is going to. It's not going to be a long term. That's for like 6 months, 1 month. Because Alan Shamantin is coming from the MPP, and then the MPP brought about a policy of NAPCO. Where is NAPCO right now? Where is NAPCO right now? You just work for 12 months, and then you just go back to your unemployment situation. And then you also spoke about after and whatever. You mentioned so many trade platforms. With that,
just one question.
Just one question.
So
this is the last one. You spoke about trading platforms. We're in this country whereby Suffolk and Tanker is manufacturing cars. But I just made mention of you bringing foreign agencies abroad like Toyota, Nissan, and a whole lot. What are you going to do about people like this? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Richmond Ejay from Accra College of Education.
Can you please, speak up?
My name is Richmond Ejay from Accra College of Education. I have just 2 questions for them. I'll be very brief. We've realized that the top is hoarding the money for the country. I want to be brief. How many ministerial appointees will they have when they come to power? And 2, how will they check corruption and reduce the excessive use of our hard-earned money that we earn on the street, and then they take as a task? I want to be brief with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Issue of corruption, he said it several times. Maybe you want to be brief.
Let's just have the very last question.
We'll take the last one.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Sebi Jr. I'm the lead convener for Alliance for Sustainability
Please,
Education.
we can't hear you.
My name is Andrew Sebi Jr. I'm the lead convener for Alliance for Sustainability Education. but my question is out of sustainability. To begin with, I believe each and everyone here will want to find a job to do after work.
Gentlemen,
after school.
can you put the microphone like, yes, hold it like that.
I believe that when we are done with school, we want to have something doing or possibly start something. This question is to the two of you. I've heard that the NDC wants to create a number of jobs, same for the MPP and that of Alliance Rep. They talk about 1 million, 3 million, and all the likes. But then, unemployment is record high. The MPP has said that they have created over 2 million jobs. As we speak now, there are discrepancies in regards to the figures from SNIT and the rest. Okay, so from SNIT and the rest, Ghana Statistical Service...
Straight to the question, straight to the question.
I'm coming there. Ghana Statistical Service as well, and that of SNIT. You see that with what they are saying and that of the job that they have said they have created, you see some difference. What robust mechanism, giving the opportunity to lead us in 2025 and above, are you going to put in place in such a way that the jobs that you are going to create are verifiable? We can authenticate them, and as well, they are accessible to everyone who wants to also find a job. Thank you.
Thank you. Courage.
Thank you very much. I must say I'm very happy about the questions. For the first one, for you to have a functional society, you need to provide for people at different strata. There are people who complete high school, and you agree with me that not all of them transition directly to the tertiary. They need to be economically engaged. So some of the policies are targeted at those people. And then there are those that are for graduates. In fact, one of the unique things that we are going to introduce is the Operation Own Your Business. Operation Own Your Business. And we are going to have a presidential competition for people beginning from high school through to tertiary about business ideas. And what Alan Chemate has already created is that there are 67 business resource centers across the country. If you have an idea, all you need to do is work there with that idea, and you'll be given all the assistance, how to assess financing, how to plan the business and everything to be able to move from idea to business. That is already done, and we are going to build on that for the rest. Then there's the one about Safo Kantanka. One of the businesses that under Alan Martin's second tenure as trade minister has seen a lot of support is the Safo Kantanka brand. In fact, as we speak today, they have been fully certified to produce several range of cars. Alan has ensured that with the Automobile Authority. They were also given a stimulus package as a local business to be able to increase their production when Alan was Minister for Trade. So if you see now, they have more models of cars in the market. So they've already been supported, and Alan Chemate, which believes in local entrepreneurs, will continue to support businesses like our father, Safo Kantanka. The number of ministers, Alan promises to have 40 ministers. Now, those 40 include 16 regional ministers. That's administrative. So it means you are going to have 24 ministries. If you have a copy of the Great Transformational Plan, we already list the 24 ministries in there. So that is his commitment to the lean government. And then job access, the last one. No, the last question was about access to jobs. Access to jobs. The downside of what we have done for the past 32 years is that the partisan system with this robust membership always looks within when it comes to opportunities. What the opportunity we are bringing is that every Ghanaian has an equal chance for every opportunity that will be created, because like you see, the movement is already running on volunteers. We don't even have a party, talk less of party members. So everybody has an equal chance, And that's why we'll build a platform where you all have access so that together we can build a thriving nation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
Right.
Right.
Now, the young man was asking about, I mean, if they grow, and they eat what they eat, what's going to happen to the rest? We will have cold stores by the government to buy those foods. And we will freeze them, and when necessary, we will export them. That way we make revenue. So you can't go away from farming. And then the other question that the young chap also said was, they have, we must have offices all over the country. Well, can I let him know that the GCPP have offices all over the country? So you can go to any of our offices and we will work with you. The party is for the youth. The party is yours. GCPP is for you. DPP, GCPP for the diaspora. Domestication for the diaspora. Domestication for the youth. Let us farm. Let's turn Ghana into a lovable place. You are all happy. And I want to see you happy all the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
We've done it before and we'll do it again.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists here. I've been talking to Courage Kwashi Nobu, right? Courage Kwashi Nobu. Kwesi Nobi. And domestication, man. Ebeye Pinso. Ebeye Pinso. Oh my goodness. Kwame, what a session.
Yeah.
What a session. What a session.
In fact, everything is. I wish we were voting today. I'm sure GCPP definitely will lead the polls today because the enthusiasm is too much. But that was a good one.
Good one, yeah. That was.
Sure. So thank you very much. We are on with the next one. Very soon we'll be done. Yeah, great. A round of applause for Ebeye. Hey. Yeah. Okay. So we're about to have another, let me say, a final speech. Yes, and then we'll sign a peace agreement and we're done. But before that, let me acknowledge one of our very great sponsors. In fact, he's also been of immense help to us. He's personally sponsored Daniel with his suit. The one that you saw him wear, excellent suit. And those of you who attended our lunch, you realize Daniel wore a different suit. That one is actually in my possession now because we are of the same size. I'll get this one too when we are done. I'll use you to own suit. Yeah. And this suit was proudly made by Mr. O'Neill. Let me get the name right for you, please. Mr. John Christian Yeboah. He's the CEO of O'Neill Bespoke Suits and also the CEO for Blissant Limited. If you're here, please rise your feet. Mr. John Christian Yeboah. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate you, and thank you for always throwing your support for us. So let me just, please, you can all go on social media. Take this announcement very seriously. The event is there. You can hashtag NELEF24, that is share, and then also emerging leaders, hashtag emerging leaders. So hashtag NELEF24, hashtag emerging leaders. Do that for us, please, so that our message can get across, and the rest of the Ghanaian populace will know that 2024 ebe pinso. All right, so our next speaker, please. Born in Gambaga in the northeast region of Ghana and a native of Nadoli, Tangesi in the upper west region, Dr. Botter's educational journey began at St. Augustine's Roman Catholic School in Seria, Sola. Despite his humble beginnings, his relentless determination led him to Damango Senior High School, where he completed his secondary education with a WASI certificate. Dr. Bota's pursuit of academic excellence saw him earn a professional diploma in human resource development and a first-class honors Bachelor of Science degree in human resource management from the University of Ghana. He also obtained a Master's of Philosophy degree in organizational and human resource management from the University of Ghana Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, he is very profound and astute in his field of endeavor, and help me welcome our final speaker, Dr. Elvis Bota. A round of applause for him, please.
He's been forgiven. He says he couldn't read the exhaustive profile. Cho boy! Cho boy! Cho 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 boy! Thank you very much. Let me stand on all existing protocols to address the assembly today. Indeed, I've been tasked with the enormous responsibility to speak on a subject that actually resonates with the collective aspirations of all of us seated here, so that in the end we can develop a stronger and a new Ghanaian identity, a new Ghanaian presence in the diaspora, to be able to foster growth and development for both human capital and infrastructural development. Maybe that will just be the formula for Ebeye Pinso. Ebeye Pinso. My responsibility is to speak on the role of international affairs in economic prosperity for youth development. Mr. Chairman and all people present, let me indicate that the Republic of Ghana does not exist in isolation from the broader regional and international community. And if this is the case, it is important for us to acknowledge the critical need to leverage on these international linkages to be able to create the kind of enabling environment that will put Ghana and the Ghanaian youth out there. There are a number of critical ways that our involvement in global affairs should principally be able to catapult us on the world stage. And I take this opportunity to establish the international affairs and economic prosperity nexus, and to indicate that there are a number of critical things to consider in this domain. Number one is trade and economic integration. For us to have a new Ghanaian identity with our enabling youth out there to be able to take advantage of the potentials we have and the immense responsibilities that comes with, then we must be able to situate trade within the context of governance, where we are actually able to partner with the rest of African states and with the rest of the global economy. And that brings into the relevance of AFTA. With AFTA, we have an enormous advantage of harnessing about 3.4 trillion United States dollars of trade potential in Africa. But where lies the challenge? The challenge is the fact that in all our trade negotiations, in all our negotiations in dimensions of foreign direct investment, African governments, and the Ghanaian government in particular, has been quite unable to negotiate a good package that will inure to the financial benefit of Ghana, and in a manner that gives the opportunity for the Ghanaian youth to be able to have jobs in these multinational corporations with whom we sign trade partnerships with. It is therefore an important call to indicate that for us to be able to use the element of global affairs to empower our youth, then we should be going into collaborations that do not only negotiate good financial incentives in terms of national revenue, but one that will actually also create the opportunity for skill development and global education partnership. Previous speakers have established and underscored that those of us speaking today are doing so in the capacity of people who have been learned and have had the opportunity to school. And so the Ghanaian youth out there, it is important that for whatever decisions we're taking henceforth, we should be able to expose the Ghanaian youth to the right quality of education and educational partnership, so that we are able to acquire both skills relevant for domestic problems as well as those that will empower us to be able to tackle global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let me indicate that in all of these potentialities, there are, however, a number of factors that bedevils our chances to be able to stand firm within the global stage. And cardinal amongst them are key issues that puts Ghana in a tight definition of a self-inflicted pain and the agony of retrogression. Cardinal of these points include what has been loudly mentioned as corruption. Young emerging leaders, I take this opportunity to encourage you that corruption is not a genetic trait anyone is born with. So if we think the old guns out there are corrupt, I want to reverse the coin and to flip it and to challenge that. Let us conduct an objective assessment of the younger generations who've been given the opportunity to actually lead and to serve in contemporary politics in Ghana. And you will realize that the young people out there in politics today are actually more corrupt than the old guns. That is the problem we have. We have people without work experience, and after a year of being in government, they are owners of real estate, they are owners of, a lot of businesses. And so my challenge to you here is, the only education we need now is the education of integrity, the education of honesty, and the education of truthfulness. If we have this, we will be able to revolutionize our politics beyond just mere property owning and to be able to serve our nation with greater dignity. I want to challenge all of us as emerging leaders that in as much as there are a lot of things we can talk about, one of the important factors we should consider in our relations with other countries or people from other parts of the world is to endeavor that we do not indicate weakness or manifest vulnerability. But what is important is that we should correlate with the rest of the world and with the youth of other parts of the world from a position of trust, from a position of strength, from a position of resilience, and from a position of true African identity of hospitality. If we can do this, we will be able to advance the cause of development. If we can do this, we'll be able to write off thus far the demon of corruption that have eroded all the gains we have made. Successive governments have not been too fair with the country. We either go in for international transactions that are entirely to the benefit of the outside world and multinational corporations without any scintilla of conviction to be able to cooperate with these entities in a manner that gives room for the teeming Ghanaian youth who constitutes a broader labor force to have jobs that will bring dignity, to have jobs that will bring sustainability, to have jobs that will increase our commitment to not only earn decent income, but to actually also contribute a part of what we earn to the development of our country. I want to leave this podium today charging all of us to stand by the ideals of truth and integrity. Yes, my father, Dr. Lawrence Tete, indicated that when they speak the truth on the pulpit, they are classified and they are bosked up in politics. But the reality is that they actually never stop speaking the truth. So I am challenging you to run and to fire on double cylinders in your coils to stand for the truth. If you cannot actually fly, run. If you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, actually crawl. But by all means, do not stop moving. Do not stop moving, and do not stop moving. Let me indicate that for Ghana to be relevant in global affairs, it is important that we stretch a hand of invitation. We need back certain class of people. Ghana and Africa needs back all our patriotic clergy people. We need back all our patriotic academians. We need back all our patriotic writers. Let us situate our situation in the right context, and let us be able to sell Ghana as a product out there. I believe we can, and this generation of young people will be able to do so. Long live all of us. Long live the nation Ghana. Long live the Ghanaian youth. I salute all of you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Elvis Bota, and God bless you. So we have one last speaker joining us via Zoom, all the way from the United States of America. Canada, yes, all the way from Canada, sorry. So joining us via Zoom is Mr. Daniel T. Matalon, Global Impact Investment Producer, and the founder of Is There Enough, and a technology translator. So over to you, Mr. Daniel T. Matalon. If he's live, he's on. Great. A round of applause for him, please.
Can you all hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you, please.
Am I being heard?
Sure.
Very good. I, first of all, would like to start with a genuine round of applause for my good friend and the reason we're all here together, Daniel Asamani. Can we all give him a round of applause, please? I know it's well deserved. I unfortunately can't hear you, so there we go, I can see you all. Please give him a round of applause for me, thank you. I think I'm here to talk about the spirit of teamwork, collaboration, and the power of agreement. Something that is unique to us as entrepreneurs, if I may include myself with all the young leaders in the room and the aspiring leaders, the wonderful speakers that I've had an opportunity to hear, talking about the only real lack we have left in the world, which is enough leadership, right? I think that both Dr. Tete and Professor Felix, Professor Hammond, made such powerful connections for us about what leadership is driven from. Vision, commitment. And I think Dr. Tete made a very important factor to us to think about is the importance of flexibility towards those commitments, because ultimately everything we do that is of impact comes from the way that we work together. I want to say that the reason we celebrate Daniel as much as we should, because, I'm sorry, a little technical difficulty there, is because Daniel has made a very powerful commitment to collaboration, not just in Ghana, but around the world, which is the reason why you have me here today. And I have Vodec for some a little technical difficulty here. I wanted to share a few thoughts with you and understand what it is that a man like me living in North America and traveling the world as I do has to say to the leadership in this room. Just one moment, please. I'm going to assume that you can see my screen there. This is a question that I pose to audiences all over the world about how we can actually make the world work. And I think that the interpretation for us to make within our respective communities, in our villages, in our homes, in our marriages, in our religious affiliations and organizations is how do we actually make the world by construction rather than division, which is so easy for us to see in our differences. How do we start with our sameness before a difference? And what impact does that make on those entrepreneurs who are in this room right now, who have the vision, but maybe not the collaboration with each other to translate those dreams into reality? And this question, is there enough, is one that begins to get us to focus not on the extremes of abundance and scarcity, but how do we relate to what there is enough of and what there is not enough of. And as Dr. Tete made very clear, we don't have any real lack of resources within our various nations, within our global community. What we have, in my interpretation, is of a lack of agreement on how to make enough accessibility for everybody to participate in what I call the world game, the opposite of a war game. Because at the end of the day, it's the things that we don't have enough of today. Let's say if we focus on leadership today, and then what are we going to do about it? Because in my work, I deal with visionaries and entrepreneurs and founders of great technology even that can make water happen in the desert, grow food in the desert. Existing technology today that has not yet been implemented because there is not enough capital, is true, not enough collaboration, because where does money and capital and human resources come from? From our ability to make agreement, which is very, very difficult in today's world, but is really what the path is about. We think that wealth is not produced by resources, it's produced by agreement. And every person in this room can be tomorrow better at agreement than they were yesterday. And that is a task for all of us in the 21st century, because humanity has serious threats to our existence. But the threat that is, in my opinion, the greatest threat is our inability to collaborate sufficiently to respond to our challenges together. Now, you may have been sitting in this room today listening to these incredibly experienced people giving us visions of the future and statements of what we should focus on and what policies we should do. And perhaps you're one individual sitting in this room listening to my voice saying, well, where is my part in this? You know, I'm not on that stage. I still have to leave this room and figure out how I get gas in my vehicle or be able to grow food or all of those things. And ultimately, every time you pose that question, and what is my part in this place, you are answering this question: am I enough? Followed very closely by, are we enough? This was a very surprising answer to 5,000 hours of conversation that I've had with people all over the world, asking the question, really, is there enough? And what do we do about it? And what often comes up is the recognition, of course, in the big macro picture, there's enough water and food and land, and even the ability with today's technology and money to make enough shelter for all of us. The question is, are we going to be enough? And that starts with you. I want to promise you from the bottom of my heart, there are people in this room who just met today in this room, who 20 years from now will look back on this event today, and they formed a vision and collaboration that meant something to the next generation of entrepreneurs. How do I know that? Because Mr. Daniel Asamoah had some vision in his mind about what he could do to empower the youth of Ghana to be more than they are at the time that he had that vision. And look at where we're sitting today, 7 years after he began these events. I saw an earlier speaker talk about the lack of growth between Singapore and Malaysia and Ghana in the same period of time of independence. In the last 7 years, the average income, according to statistics per capita in Ghana, has grown 25%. That's faster than almost any place in the world that I know of. It's coincidentally about the time that these events started taking place. Who knows if they're connected? If you don't think you're enough, it's time to take action. If you don't think you're enough by yourself, it's time to make collaborations and relationships so you can get together to take action. No foreigner like me could ever comment on anything locally of significance in any politics of the country, and I would never dare to go into that direction. But people like us who think of ourselves as the ability to make the world better through our own individual action, we have doubt all the time. People tell us what we can't do. People tell us about ideas that will never work. Anytime you want to propose change, which is 90% of my life is involved in making change, people will always come up with all the circumstances where it won't work. That comes down to what the professor said about absolute commitment to that vision, to which I would add commitment and collaboration, because our greatest actions are in collaborating with each other. We believe that humanity is in a place of real opportunity at the same time as real danger. And if you look at those two words together, the Chinese have a word for crisis that loosely translates as both danger and opportunity. And it's those of us who are rare enough to take a day like you have taken today to commit to your own personal future, as well as the future of Ghana, to find collaboration with each other so you can take each other's vision and support it. not compete with each other about whether my vision is greater than your vision and his vision. And we tried that last year and it didn't work with my father. And all of those reasons we come up with why we can't do things, we have to recognize this element of doubt from which our commitment and our action takes place is really what courage is about. Is there enough leadership? The question is there enough courage as well? And it's not going to load here on my screen, unfortunately. And essentially the message of that video, which I encourage you to see for yourself to really ingrain it, it's not just the leader who has the vision that makes a movement. A movement is made by those of us who are courageous enough to follow a crazy vision and give it some value. It's called the first follower concept. You all need to follow each other, not compete with each other, wherever you can without losing your integrity or authenticity or genuineness. We believe that agreement is so essential that I'm here very much today to support that you guys sitting in the room today have an opportunity to make peace with each other in the same way that we look to make peace in the world on a general basis, because we're not just talking about leadership. We're not just talking about human existence. We're also talking about that ordinary people like us. And ordinary people is a very revered term in our world because all of us are ordinary people until we collaborate and act together. There's no limit on money. There's no limit on power. The only scarcity is us making enough agreement with each other, which, like you are about to conduct today, as soon as I'm finished speaking, a commitment to an agreement with each other to make collaboration and agreement in Ghana amongst you leaders who have decided to come here and take your future into your own hands, to commit yourself and express yourself in a commitment. This is something that we're doing on a global scale with individuals, not nations, making a treaty of humanity. And you're very much invited to participate, because Daniel and my relationship has led to organizations of people collaborating to not only make things work in the world, but to make things work in Ghana, and not only to make things work in Ghana, but to make things work in the world. I revere genuine political leadership that's working for the common good, but I have much more trust in the common people actually coming together to make change. Do not think you must be in power to have power. Power is created by your relationships and agreements with each other. And you're about to show an example of that right now. And if you'd like to be one of the first in the world to even participate in this global effort, it will accelerate what Daniel's organization and mine are doing together, which is very much got Ghana in its sightlines to bring financial and human resources to add in to the development of the Ghana economy. So with that, I want to thank you for giving me time to address you and accept a stranger into your midst. And I hope I can become a friend for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Hello, Daniel, Metalon, thank you so much for your kind words. We've gotten to a very important part of our program. There's a youth forum, and it's very necessary to recognize young people who are doing so well in society, who are contributing in their own way in making Ghana a better place. So we are going to honor two young people. Like I said, they are contributing so much in their fields, and they are making impact. And today, the Knee Left team says they recognize their contribution to this very team, and they say thank you so much for all your help. Media roll with the very first one. So media will roll for the first one.
Citation message for John Christian Yeboah. We proudly recognize and honor John Christian Yeboah for his outstanding contribution towards youth empowerment. His unwavering commitments to uplifting young minds and fostering their potentials has made a profound impact on countless lives. Through his continued support of Vodec Africa, John has demonstrated exceptional leadership and dedication to humanitarian efforts. His tireless work not only inspires the youth, but also paves way for brighter future for communities across the continent. Thank you, John, for your invaluable contributions and for being a beacon of hope and empowerment for many. Your efforts are truly commendable.
Thank you very much. So we invite Dr. Lawrence Tete to do the presentation. Mr. John Christian Yeboah. A round of applause for him. He's doing so much. His wife joins him up here. Behind a successful man is Mrs. Christian Yeboah. For all you do for society, for all you do for Knee Left, he's a personal friend actually. For all you do for society, for all you do for Vodec Africa, for all you do for Knee Left, you and your wife and your family, we want to say thank you. So Dr. Lawrence Tete will hand over the plaque.
I think you are right. I'm told if you want to build a house, go to the house of the architect first. If you want to buy clothes, look at what they wear. I think your combination is super. You and your wife are just super. Thank you. Let me try to read this. It's been read already. Okay. So we present this to you. Come this way. Congratulations.
Oh, a round of applause. Let's make it better.
Congratulations.
All right. On this occasion, we just want to say thank you to God for an opportunity. And also, secondly, we want to thank all of you for all the input you have made. I want to assure you that the future is not far. The future is determined by what we do today. And with your unflinching support towards movements like this, I know we have a brighter future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Safo, thank you. I like the caption that we see, this nonsense must stop. This nonsense must stop. A round of applause for Lawrence Tete once again. Whatever nonsense that is, I have to have a one-on-one with him to find out the kind of nonsense he's talking about. The next person, media will just roll for the sake of time.
Citation message for James Tete Ano on social media as Nana T. We are gathered today to celebrate the extraordinary work of a true humanitarian, a beacon of hope and change in our beloved Ghana, Nana T. His unwavering commitments to empowering communities and improving lives has left an indelible mark on our nation. Through his philanthropic contributions, generously bestowed upon countless individuals and organizations, Nana T has made a profound impact that has not gone unnoticed. Nana T's dedication to fostering social and economic development has touched the heart of many, inspiring countless others to join his noble cause. His efforts have brought light to the darkest corners of our society, offering a lifeline to those in need. It is with immense pride and honor that Vodec Africa presents this well-deserved recognition for outstanding contribution to humanity to Nana T. This tribute acknowledges his unwavering commitments to making Ghana a better place for all. We hope his example will ignite the spirit of social responsibility within our community and inspire the future generations to embrace the principle of compassion and service. Congratulations, Nana T.
Oh, Nana T. You see his videos on social media, helping people every day, and it's just amazing. Unfortunately, Nana T can't pick the award himself. His representative will take it on his behalf. Agbo Enoch will take the plaque, the citation on his behalf. Dr. Lawrence Tete will help us once again. Thank you. Would you like to say something? That's okay. So he's taking it in good faith. And Nana T says thank you to everyone, especially Vodec Africa and NILEF. Thank you. Right, so we'll go to the peace agreement. Elections, how many days more to elections? Oh, how many days? Our mathematicians, how many? 75. We need peace. So we are going to chant, we need peace, we need peace, we need peace. So we are going to sign our peace agreement. We will call Dr. Lawrence Tete again, and then our chairperson, Nana Berima Salpon, and then Dan Latte Jr. To please come upstage. And all our guests can join.
So, ladies and gentlemen, most of you have not had the privilege to go to Rwanda. And you have not been to Congo, Kinshasa, or Congo, Brazzaville. You've also not possibly had the chance to go to Sierra Leone or Liberia. But I want to tell you that being part of those times of theirs makes me very sensitive when it comes to elections. I was also privileged to have joined them in Kenya when they went through their crisis. We certainly don't want that here at all. So let us all stand for peace. And that is how we can have peaceful homes to live in. I stand with all of you here, and I say, let us all stand for peace. Let us all stand for peace. All our political leaders, all our political parties, let us stand for peace.
Right. We all stand
and by this
for peace.
Is peace.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Nana Berima, our chairperson, will give his response, and then we'll draw the curtains to a close.
Your microphone. Mine is not working.
It has been awesome, and I think you deserve to clap for yourself. You've done very well. We spent quite some hours here, and I believe that you have been empowered. There are 3 things I want you to take home in summary, in giving summary of all that we've heard. Number 1, there's the need for you to seek knowledge. And I think that you've been told. In fact, where you are today is because of what you know. And you are not where you are supposed to be because of what you don't know. So knowledge is critical, and that has been given to us. You have been advised to be the best in all the fields in which you find yourself. Another one I want you to take home as part of this conference is that the issue of character, and that has been hammered. If you are knowledgeable in a field but with bad character, you all see the consequences. So character is critical. Listen to me. You have to become a person of integrity, and that has been hammered. So build your character. And the last one has to do with the environment. You know, God has brought us here in this country, and I always ask this question: how many of you, when you were about to be born, you had the opportunity to negotiate with God as to the kind of parent that should give birth to you? How many of you had that chance? And the question is, how many of you here, if God told you, your mother is Yamansan, your father is Kokweji, and you are going to be born in Ghana, and you got the opportunity that God, let them give birth to me, how many of you would have come to Ghana? Oh, it's very important. How many of you would still have allowed God to be born in this country? All right, you see the number, but trust me, scientifically, it has been proven that if you were to have been given the opportunity, none of us would have been born, scientifically. Because when your mother and your father met, science tells us that about 500 million sperm wanted to come out. Spermatozoon. 500 million. And assuming all the 500 million had the intelligence to be deciding to come, none of us would have been born. So for you to have come, I want you to put your hands on your chest and say, I'm so grateful that I'm a Ghanaian.
I'm so grateful that I'm a Ghanaian.
Irrespective of the challenges, listen to me as I close. You see, where there is problem, there is money. So as far as we have more problems in this country, it means there's more money here. The countries in which you want to go, trust me, they've solved most of their problems. So when you go there, you have to sweat a lot. But here, you have plenty of the problems here. So as an emerging youth, as you leave this place, take personal responsibility. Whatever that is happening, decide that you want to bring a change in that environment. And I believe when we do that, when you become responsible and I become responsible, Ghana will be a better place. On this note, I want to say God bless all of us, and I want to thank all our speakers for such a wonderful delivery. Daniel, we are proud of you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, our chairperson, Nana Berima Echampon Sapon II. He's the chief of Asaman in the Ashanti region. I would also like to say a huge thank you once again to our sponsors, Smart TV Ghana, National Union of Ghana Student, FEDEMS, Dominion University, World Inspiring Network, TV3, Pent TV, UTV, GTV, Atinka TV, City News, Joy News, Adam TV, GNA, and to all who supported. We are grateful to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so also to all of you for making it to this event. We acknowledge your presence, the guests, the speakers, all of you did amazing. I believe all of us are empowered one way or the other. And coming next year, we're still going to have this event. And I must say it's going to be power-packed, even much more than what you experienced today. So thank you all of you for being a part of this event. And we are glad that Akosia and I served you honorably.
Thank you. So next year.
So let's have the opening prayer, the closing prayer.
Closing prayer.
And then we have the national anthem right after we take pictures. Please, the food is ready. The food is ready. So when we are done, I'll coordinate. Then we'll go and eat. Let's have the closing prayer right after Ghana Police Band. You give us the national anthem, and we are done.
Let's be on our feet. And so, Father, we say to your name be the glory this afternoon for how far you brought us, you commit yourself. Indeed, you have been very grateful to us. We appreciate your goodness in our life. God, one more time, we commit ourselves into the hands of you. The Bible says horses and chariots are always ready for war, but success and victory coming from above. May you lead us in all our endeavors. In the name of Jesus. As we are living here, we are still under your presence. God, it is our prayer, and we pray that may you lead us into our destination, so that next year, when we meet one more time, we will praise your name. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Bye. We'll see you next year, God willing. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely evening. Happy holidays.
Yeah.